We're ready. Okay. This is a special meeting of the Hollister City Council on November 6, 2023. Meeting is now called to order. It is 5:30. City Clerk, are there any public comments on closed session items?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for the closed session item.
City Attorney, could we announce the closed session items?
Yes, Mayor.
Ready.
Item number one.
Okay. This is a special meeting of the Hollister City Council on November 6, 2023. Meeting is now called to order. It is 5:30. City Clerk.
Okay. Item number one, closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 or 3 of subdivision D of Section 54956.9, 2 cases.
May I have a motion to adjourn to closed session?
I move.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes. Motion carries 4-0. Ready? Okay. Good evening. This is a regular meeting of the Hollister City Council. Meeting is now called to order. It is 6:30 PM. Councilmember Perez, can you lead us in the pledge?
Madam Mayor, I've got a request, please.
Um,
Thank you.
One moment, please. Can we take roll first, please? City Clerk, could we take roll?
Yes, Councilmember Perez,
Present.
Councilmember Resendez,
Present.
Councilmember Morales. Here. Councilmember Burns,
Here.
Mayor Casey.
Here.
I'd also like to report that the agenda for the City of Hollister's City Council Special and Regular Meetings of November 6, 2023 was posted on the bulletin board at City Hall on November 1st, 2023 at 5:12 PM for Government Code Section 54954.2. Thank you.
Okay. And do I need to read the public hearing continuance? Is that?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay. The public hearing noticed on the paper regarding CUP 2023-01 L plus L LLC was published with the incorrect meeting and has been continued to November 2023. City Attorney, could you report out? Is there any reportable action from closed session?
Nothing to report, Mayor and Council.
Okay, so before we begin, Councilmember Resendez, did you have a request?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As we've done in the past, and I just think it's important to be consistent and honor the public's time, I'd like to request that we move items F2, F3, G2, and F7 to the front of the agenda after the resolution so that we can allow the people that are here to speak on the three items and the downtown business owners to get their items heard and go home to their families.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that makes a total of like 6 requests to move things, and I'm not sure. It's a little difficult. So you're asking to move all those items to where?
So item F2, F3, G2, and F7 to the front of the agenda after the resolutions or the proclamations so that we can allow the public to hear their items, speak on their items, and then go home, as is consistent with what we've done in the past.
I understand that.
Thank you.
We have a very full agenda, so moving things around takes some time.
Okay, can we check with the rest of the council to see if we can honor that request?
Just a moment, please. What is the will of the council? We have 2 other requests to move items, and now we've got, it looks like 3 more, so that's 5 items to be moved. So what is the will of the council?
So I had made a previous request to move E2 to right after the resolution. And I believe there was also a request from administration to move another item,
G1.
G1, right after that.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would just request that we stick with the agenda as it is completed. It wouldn't be fair to move one without moving them all. And so I understand the request, but at the end of the day, we have an agenda that has been published now for at least 4 or 5 days. And to get this at this moment seems unreasonable to me. I think we just move forward as it is.
I'm
Thank you,
fine with
Mayor.
that.
Councilmember Perez, do you have any thoughts on this?
None. Actually, you know what? I don't think we should maybe, if we're gonna pull one thing forward, but it's like now we're gonna mix up everything.
It's
So
5
now it's turning into a
different
big,
things.
so I think we stick to the schedule.
Madam Mayor, may I?
Yes, please.
Can we just get by a show of hands, who is here to hear item F2, the resolution of the City Council, City of Hollister, adopting wastewater service treatment agreement between the City of Hollister and Sunny Slope County Water District? Can you please raise your hand? Thank you. Hands down. Show of hands. Who's here for the resolution number? Let's talk about the general plan. Who's here for the general plan? Can you please raise your hand? Thank you, members of the public. Item F7. Who's here for the downtown parklet conversation? Can you please raise your hand? Thank you, business owners and public. Who's here for G2, the code of conduct where they want to fine council members? Can you just raise your hand? Thank you. Who's here for the union conversation, can you raise your hand? Thank you. I think that it's important when the public comes out to meetings that we honor their presence, their time, and not prioritize the time of the people who funded our campaigns over these good people's time. Can we please move the items to the front of the agenda to honor that? Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you for your thoughts. I think we've got council consensus that we're just going to leave it because we have a very full agenda and we have to be out of here at 11:30. Is that correct, city manager, because of PG&E?
We've been notified that PG&E is shutting off the power to the surrounding neighborhood at midnight and through 8 a.m. as part of routine maintenance. And so I would suggest that we wrap up by 11:30, which allows us time to shut everything down and prepare for the power outage and ensure that folks have time to clear the building before the power's out.
Given that, I'm going to keep the agenda the same. Normally, I would move the items, but I just don't feel like we can accommodate that tonight. So let's move on then. Before we start with our proclamations, I have a script for you all. I need to address the manner and decorum of our meetings and issue a warning in this regard. Meetings must be in an orderly and efficient manner without willful disruption so that the business of the city can be conducted. While council's more than willing to listen to comments from the public, this must be done at the appropriate time and should be done at the podium with the microphone so that your words can be heard and recorded properly as part of our meeting. There cannot be interruptions when council members are speaking or audience members calling names, chanting, or yelling out. If you do so, a warning will be issued to you, and if the behavior continues, you may be asked to leave the chambers. If there's too much disruption from members in the audience, depending on severity, it may be necessary to call a recess, clear the chambers, or even cancel the meeting. I would like to ask for your courtesy and cooperation in this regard, so it won't be necessary to take any of these steps. Thank you. All right, so let's begin with our proclamations. Our first is for Philanthropy Day. Do we have someone here to receive? All right. So whereas in recognition of the role played by the uniquely American tradition of philanthropy, the United States Congress has designated November 16th, 2023 as National Philanthropy Day. And whereas the history of American philanthropy is filled with the names of prominent citizens and their efforts spawned universities, free public libraries, homes for widows and orphans, and volunteer fire departments, to name a few. Whereas today the nonprofit sector affects nearly every citizen in one way or another. They include the religious organizations, the museums and concerts our children attend on school-sponsored day trips, the Little Leagues and 4-H clubs that enrich their youth, the social service agencies that provide food, clothing, housing, and training for help for the indigent. Now, therefore, I, Mia Casey, Mayor of Hollister, do hereby proclaim November 16th, 2023 to be Philanthropy Day in the city of Hollister and urge all Hollister residents to recognize the tradition of American philanthropy as it continues to improve and enhance the lives of all by promoting the common good. Would you like to say a few words, Mr. Byrne?
I never miss an opportunity to say a few words, but thank you very much. I want to thank you. I want to thank the City Council, first of all, for the proclamation. It's been our third year that we haven't been able to have National Philanthropy Day because of the pandemic. And we're having it at the Elks this year. We have nearly 50 nonprofits, and we've got 2 of our board members, and I thank you both for attending. We'll have over 220 people in attendance representing our 175 nonprofits who serve our county. So thank you and all that you do, because I know all of you support nonprofits in many, many ways. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So item 2 is for Key Club Week. Is there someone here to receive the proclamation? Okay. Okay, I'm going to read you out this proclamation. Whereas Key Club International, the oldest and largest high school service organization with more than 250,000 members in 38 countries, is observing the week of November 6th to the 10th as Key Club Week. And whereas the members of the San Benito Key Club, sponsored by the Hollister Kiwanis Club, are part of this international student-led organization dedicated to community service. And whereas the San Benito Key Club is celebrating their 32nd anniversary of providing service, building character, developing leadership and inclusiveness. And whereas the unselfish service provided by the San Benito Key Club will have a positive impact on our community and its citizens. Now, therefore, I, Mia Casey, Mayor of Hollister, proclaims November 6th to 10th as Key Club Week in the city of Hollister and call upon our officials and all citizens to congratulate members of this organization on their 32nd anniversary and their achievements, and make themselves aware of Key Club, whose members are preparing themselves to be better, responsible citizens as they provide service to our community. Would you like to say a few words?
Hi, my name is Michaela. I just want to say thank you. This is a little nervous, but yeah, thank you for giving us a proclamation. We're happy to help out our community every time we want. And we're very grateful that we get to work and that we're still going strong to this day. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You want to say something? No?
Can I say something? Man,
Very briefly, you got a big.
it's awesome to see you guys at all of our events. The Key Club is in everything. Thank you guys so much. You guys help keep our events running smoothly because of what you do. Thank you.
Yes, right. All right, let's move on to our consent agenda. Do any members of council have brief questions or comments regarding consent agenda? Councilmember Resendez, do you have any? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any questions, but I would like to receive a staff report on A7, please.
A7. Okay. Councilmember Perez, any? No? Vice Mayor?
Number 8.
A8. All right. Are there any public comments on the consent agenda?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for any of the consent agenda items.
Great.
Mayor, if I may, staff would like to pull item number 15 from tonight's agenda and bring that back at a later date and include the fire service as a receiving
was
department for
A15
the services. Yes.
being withdrawn. Okay. So can I get a motion to adopt the consent agenda with the exception of items A7, 8, and 15?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Let's go to item A7.
Mayor Casey and council, this item is this one is one that is following our normal procedure. This was heard by the council, I believe, at a previous closed session. So I'll turn it over to City Attorney Lerner if she wants to make any comments on it. This is based on recommendations and actions from our risk manager as well.
I don't know. Did you have a specific question regarding this, Councilmember Burns?
Just general knowledge that the claim itself doesn't really speak to the concern as I understand it. I don't know what you can provide to the public, but
Correct. Yeah, and so your risk so what the school's saying is they shouldn't have to pay the fee. Your risk manager recommended denial. And that's to get the statute of limitations running. And so that's what you have before you tonight.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, does anyone else have any questions or comments on A7? Do we have any public comment on item A7?
There are no public comments for this item.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve item A7?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Let's go to item A8.
So I understand that we are going to allow 2 of the airport commissioners to reside outside of the city of Hollister.
That is correct. And we have our new airport director here as well. So I'll take the opportunity to introduce him. If he wants to say any comments, I can certainly cover the item, but this is our new airport director, Jeff Treschereau, and I'll ask him to come down.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be joining the city of Hollister and the airport team. So I'm looking forward to trying to do some good things for you guys. Thank you.
Great. And so with the item, the airport commission had suggested and voted on some suggested changes to the bylaws. As a advisory body, they cannot change their own bylaws. So what they can do is they can make recommendations that we then bring forward to council. And so what they were looking at is the residency requirement. Many years ago, it was a total of 7 on the airport commission, with 5 in the city and 2 residing outside of the city limits within the county. That was shrunk to 5, where it was just members of the city, similar to your other commissions. What this is doing is saying that at least 3 members appointed by the council must be residents of the city of Hollister, with no more being 2 residents of the county who can represent the airport. Staff did recommend adding that priority shall be given to applicants residing within the city limits. And if no applicant exists, then the city council may consider applicants that are from the county. There was also a little bit of cleanup language in there where from when it went from a board of 7 down to 5, a quorum was still defined in there as 4. And so that got cleaned up as well.
Do you have any questions on that?
No,
one?
I did. I think, my concern is I'd like to keep the commissioners as City of Hollister residents and not open it up to county. So that's my concern. I just like to maintain it within the City of Hollister.
Anyone else have any comments? Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you. If we're taking comments at this time, I'd like to state my position, Madam Mayor. I respectfully disagree. I'm going to support the Airport Commission's recommendation to change the bylaws. All of the commissions, number one, thank you for your service and thank you for being here tonight. Are on voluntary basis. They're always challenging to fill these positions and they're important. The airport one in particular is a commission that has a certain specialty and people that come from the airport community. And I appreciate you being flexible. I know that we might have changed the bylaws on you recently when we started the Arts and Culture Commission. I think we reset all the bylaws. But I do think that we need to honor their requests. And if they're asking for people outside of the county to come and represent us, it's for a reason. And I would assume that there are people that are highly qualified to serve on the commission that we need on there that aren't able to apply because they don't live in the city. So I certainly will honor the request. And I would ask if we have one of the commissioners here tonight that would like to speak on that, to please approach the podium and state your position on it, if it's okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns, do you have any comments?
I actually I just want clarity. I think the city manager just said that priority will be given to city residents, and when that position cannot be filled through a city resident, then it would be open to a county resident. Did I hear you correct, city manager?
That is how it is proposed to you this evening.
Right.
Staff did recommend including that provision.
Right.
The Airport Advisory Commission did not have that extra sentence in there.
Right. I would like that clarity, but I also think it would be helpful, frankly, to have at least one, even if it's a non-voting member from the county, because at the end of the day, we're the city of Hollister, but we're all San Benito County residents out as well. And I think that, again, as Councilmember Resendez alluded to, there may be people in the county that bring the expertise necessary. And so to have them as a non-voting member, we could have 1 or 2, as far as I'm concerned. The more, the better in my mind. And so I don't want to be so narrow-minded to think that only City of Hollister residents, because that airport's a gem to everybody in this county. And Mayor, I'd actually like to put our new director of the airport on the spot and hear what his thoughts are as the subject matter expert and professional. And so we've been waiting a long time for you, sir. And so thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I'm okay with what's the staff has recommended. The airport committee has been challenged to fill any positions there, let alone our director. And so we do have great hope and high expectations. So yes, I think it's a good idea.
Okay. Any further comment?
No, I think I'm fine with, if we are gonna open it up to outside folks, then, I like the idea of having them as non-voting members is fine.
Airport Director, would you like to make any comments on this?
Well, in terms of your commission, I think, you know, people from the county could have definitely really good input and insight into the commission. As to the point of making it a non-voting member, I would defer to the city attorney's office to say, one is we're trying to establish a quorum. So that's been a challenge for the commission, if I understand correctly. So I'm not sure if it's a non-voting position, if you can establish a quorum.
I don't think you'll be able to establish a quorum with a non-voting
Correct.
position. And then you're gonna want to look at the numbers you have on the commission to make sure you have an odd number, so your votes don't end in a tie.
Right.
Yeah.
Got it.
And so again, the staff recommendation, we tried to look at this and make sure that the language was consistent with the planning commission and other commissions within the city. So I think the intent there is to, again, search inside your city, inside your particular district and citywide, and then county if we're still having trouble to fill the position.
I appreciate that. Before we go to public comment, my only thoughts are that I am aware that they have had difficulty filling and they have had difficulty with having quorums, so they haven't been having regular meetings. So I'm open to that as well. I think we need to fill it so that we can get the meetings going. We need to move ahead. Now that we have our new director on board, we've got things to do. Do we have public comment?
Mayor Casey, yes, we have one public comment from Renee Wells.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Renee Wells. I'm the chair of the Airport Commission. And so I wanted to weigh in on this. We've had maybe 3 or 4 months where we couldn't have a commission meeting or couldn't vote because we didn't have a quorum. And so I've reached out to many people to try to get someone from the city who lives in the city of Hollister, and it's been very difficult. So I appreciate your consideration of getting someone who lives in the county. It's a city airport, but it's used by many in the county. And I think it's very important to get people who are aviation related, business related, and understand our airport and get more involved. And there are people who want to do it, but they can't because of the limitations. And I do think it should be a voting position, because otherwise we won't have a quorum to vote on things. And I think it's very important for the city to have that involved. Thank you.
Thank you. So do we have who brought this? Do you have any motion? Is there a motion from anyone?
And no, I'd like to approve as staff recommended.
And I'll second that, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0. And then let's move on to, what item was that? 15. Okay. That would be the resolution of City Council of City of Hollister authorizing city manager to sign an agreement with Pinnacle Training Systems.
That's the item staff intends to pull, so I'd like to pull that and
You
bring
want
it
to
to,
just pull it? And
yes,
Okay. So
and consider it at another meeting, please.
okay, sorry for that. Okay, then I think we're done with consent agenda. Oh, goodness.
Quick question. I don't know if we made that clear that we want to withdraw the item. I heard them approve the agenda items, but I don't know if they actually said withdraw the item. I don't know if it matters.
So I believe when the original consent calendar,
Okay.
those weren't included.
Okay,
We just did 1 vote, 2 vote, and this third one.
Perfect.
I'm clarifying now.
all right,
so.
thank you.
All right, so let's move on then to public input. This is a time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for records, and speak to the city council. If you are joining us via Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you're joining via Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note, state law prohibits us, the city council, from discussing or taking action on any items that are not on the agenda. Do we have some public comment?
Yes, Mayor Casey, our first public speaker is Sean Dempsey.
Didn't think I would be called so soon. Mayor Casey, council members, I am back again as regards the freestanding water in Winds Alley. And I'm still asking for your help. I did speak to the two city engineers, and they made it very clear to me that nothing was going to happen this year.
I'm
As
sorry,
regards
excuse
Winds
me
Alley.
a moment. Is this an item that's on our agenda tonight for discussion? Is this
The
an
roadway
item-
project does include Wen Sally, so we will be technically talking about Wen Sally later in the evening.
And
So do you want me to stop?
yeah, if we have it on the agenda. If you can come, you can put in a speaker card for when we talk about the road projects. It'll be discussed, the Sally Street.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
The next public speaker is Thomas Estrada.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank you for your time. My name's Thomas Estrada, and I'm a state licensed water treatment and distribution operator. And I've been managing water systems in San Benito County for approximately 25 years. The reason I'm here tonight is I've come across a situation on the north side of town. The area I'm talking about is where McCloskey Road and Wright Road come together with San Felipe. Now, I've been involved with water systems in this area, and we came across one that was going to need nitrate treatment. Now, in dealing with a company called Envirogen Technologies and provided them with the information from the labs as far as water quality reports. A gentleman by the name of Todd Webster, who's the vice president of the company, had commented on how bad the water quality was in this area. One of the major constituents is the nitrate levels. Nitrates are a primary health hazard in the state of California. And the reason they are is because they can cause death or illness to small children and people and women carrying children, women with child. What nitrogen does is it interferes with the oxygen process, with the blood's ability to process oxygen. So you get a situation called blue baby syndrome. And as I've said, this could cause severe illness or death. Now, in talking with Mr. Webster and him commenting on the bad water quality in this area, I've done other water systems in the area, so I started to do some research. And what we seem to have in this area is contamination of multiple wells with nitrates. And in my research, I also found out that the city has a well just on San Felipe Road, just north of McCloskey. Now, this well is also contaminated with nitrates, but the city has multiple wells. So whenever you have a well with nitrates, either it requires treatment by the state or you can stop using it. Well, as I've mentioned, the city of Hollister has the ability to stop using it because they have other wells. The problem is people who live in this area do not have multiple wells to choose from. They only have the well on their property. And if they drill another well on their property, they're going to have the same problem. Now, the MCL for nitrates is 10.
You're out of time.
Can I just finish it? The MCL for nitrates is 10 milligrams per liter. The nitrates in this area exceed 30 parts per million.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Bridget Bauman Thorpe.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Casey, council members. I'm here about the landfill expansion. My name is Bridget Bowman Thorpe. I'm from the Don't Dump on San Benito. I attended 3 meetings with the County Planning Commission, And I hope you're aware that they probably will choose a haul route, and that will be a Highway 25 to Best Road. Waste Connection, Vice President Paul Nelson is recommending the haul route. In case you don't know, 25 to Best Road, I found a map. And the old map. And 25 goes right through your city. You will have between 156 and 186 semi-garbage haul trucks hauling 20 tons of garbage. By the way, the number is every day going to the landfill. So I urge you to take a stand on the landfill expansion, because they will vote on this issue on January 31st. They're recommending Highway 25 to Best Road as the haul route. It will severely affect your city. They come in, Highway 25 is only 2-lane road. It will probably every 2 to 3 minutes, you will see a dump truck coming in. They will go through 7 traffic lights. They will go past Safeway. They will go past Target. They will go past the hospital. They will go past residential areas, brand new homes. And to go to Best Roads, by the way, past Richmark. And also brand new college campus that's being built there. So you have the haul route right through town, past your new campus. And I urge you, your city will never be the same. It will be horrific. It's a nightmare. It will be, I urge you to take action. It will be 483 acre. It will be an industrial site. You will be the dump for the other 5 regions of this community. You will be known Hollister, oh, where the dump is. Unfortunately. And this landfill expansion will last until, I think, 2068. So this is your future. I urge you to take a stand and do not let this happen. There are other options. We can have, this landfill should only be for the county and not for other counties. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could withhold the applause so we can get through everyone, I'd appreciate it.
The next public speaker is Stuart Fahmy.
Mr. Fahmy, I think you're on the agenda there. Your item is on the agenda later in the evening. We'll be discussing, is that not correct, City Manager?
We will have an item on the general plan and the general plan amendment. So I'm not sure if that's what you intend to speak upon.
No, you have a separate item?
I got a separate item and I have a package for each council member. If you want to replace that, I'll be fine with that.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Madam Mayor, honorable council members, I share your interest in achieving the best outcomes for Hollister. As such, I believe it is imperative that you address an issue of significant concern that affects civic engagement, open dialogue, and progress within the city. As you know, Ordinance 1202 prohibits constituents, developers, and landowners from contacting or meeting with council members regarding housing and commercial growth on their properties, other than a narrow exception for residents of a council member's district. Following enactments of the ordinance, the council also established a requirement that all development projects be presented during public hearings in a special study session and to seek guidance from the council on how to proceed. Putting aside my concerns at the time, I followed these guidelines and presented my project through a special study session. Unfortunately, the council unilaterally imposed a 7-month pause on the project, wiping out any progress on the existing application and with no resourceful fees already paid. The city staff took it upon themselves as a further imposition to state that they could request more time beyond the 7 months if they deem it to be necessary. I acknowledge that regulating development in our city is important. However, my concerns are twofold. First, I firmly believe that the prohibition on communication between citizens, landowners, and their elected representatives fundamentally infringes on my First Amendment right to free speech. I am far from the only stakeholders in Hollister to feel that my free speech rights have been trampled on. For instance, the local press has questioned the constitutionality of the ordinance in section 2.04 in particular. The Hollister city attorney has reported as stated at a council meeting that he believes the ordinance is most likely unenforceable, an admission that only causes consternation to constituents like me who have abided by all the rules. Second, good communication is the only way to achieve effective city planning. Council members and stakeholders can only benefit from an open dialogue and mutual feedback. Without a doubt, Ordinance 1202 hinders rather than help the process. For these reasons, I respectfully request that the council reconsider this prohibition and permit landowners and citizens to consult with council members individually. This change would help advance Hollister's growth in a manner that aligns with the city's vision, meets housing requirements, and complies with the state mandated laws. The council should not pay heed to the threats of former council members that they will take legal action to enforce this provision. As current members of the council, we must follow your charge to achieve the best outcomes for the city of Hollister. To further this dialogue and ensure that all perspectives are heard, I would be honored to discuss this matter during a public forum at any upcoming council meeting.
Madam Mayor, can we stop the public speaker?
Sorry, we've already covered that, sir.
I've got a question for the city attorney.
Madam Mayor, this code section that's being referred to is actually part of the council code of conduct. And that item is coming up a little
Oh,
bit later.
so it is going to be discussed.
Correct.
That particular section is being discussed.
Correct. Yeah, I just checked it.
Okay. Sorry, we didn't
That's all
realize,
right.
but thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is John Roble.
Good evening, council. Like the gentleman earlier, I was not expecting to be called so early, but I did want to.
Madam Mayor, I think
Sir,
you
can
said,
you give your items to the clerk, please?
Can I reclaim my time?
Yeah, please.
Mr. Robles, there's some confusion here.
Hold on a second. This is not your item. This is John Roble, WROBEL.
We forgot the S. Are you John? Roble?
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
Sorry about any confusion we might have caused. Mayor Casey and the City Council. My name is John Roble and I'm the president of the San Benito County Historical Society. Some of you may have visited our wonderful little museum. Many of you maybe have not. It would be wonderful to see you there. If you were to be there, you would notice that there is almost no place to park in the neighborhoods around the museum. I've created a little photo that I've given you with 3 different corners at the museum showing all the red curbs that happen to be there. And so there's like at least 6 parking spaces that are not available because for some reason, somebody painted them up with red curbs some time ago. The second page shows what the traffic looked like or the amount of cars parked there on 5th and West Streets this afternoon at noon when I was there creating this little group of pictures. I would hope that maybe there would be a possibility that those red curbs could be removed. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Joseph Howard.
Just want to talk about an issue that's been important to me recently. As soon as it was brought up to my attention, I'd like to submit a personal request before the council on just a personal request that you draw up and pass a resolution or proclamation, or I don't know what you call it. It's just some kind of statement saying condemning the Sergeant Quarry project and urging Santa Clara County supervisors to vote it down. Sacred land must be protected, like much like the to be preserved and shared by to be shared and enjoyed by future generations and to honor the generations past. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Maureen Nelson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. So I'm here on Don't Dump on San Benito. I think that it is imperative that everybody understand the impacts that this landfill will have upon our community, on our city, our county. It's not just a county matter. It is every resident in San Benito County, of which this city of Hollister is the majority of that population. Several meetings passed. There was talk from this Diaz that there would be a statement of resolution on the landfill. I don't think that that has taken place to date. So I'm asking when that resolution vote will be taken and when this city council will let their stand be known, whatever that may be. I think it's only fair for the residents of Hollister and the residents within the county to understand where our city council stands on this issue. I appreciate all of the assistance from the members in the audience, in the county, and on this board before me in dealing with this landfill issue. This is a very large corporation. They are the third largest in the United States that want to run our county landfill. We currently have approximately 14 years, they tell us, of lifespan within this landfill. There are many things that can be done that will retain years and allow us to continue to use the landfill for in-county use only. Society makes changes only when society is forced to make a change. If things go on, patchwork happens, Band-Aids be put on, we continue to accept it. I hope that the city council and the members in this audience and in our county and city of Hollister stand up and say, no more. We don't need to be taken over by large corporations destroying our infrastructure, an infrastructure that all of you are trying to maintain. I appreciate that. I honor you for that. Please stand up with us. Don't dump on San Benito. Let your voices be heard in support of your citizens that are saying, we don't need the bucks. The buck should stop now. We need to make change and we need it as rapidly as possible, and we need your support. I hope you can do that. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Yareli Caballero.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Yareli Caballero and I'm a junior at Hollister High School. I think the city should create some sort of activities or some sort of entertainment for the kids, including teenagers, so they won't be involved in drugs or any legal activities since the city of Hollister is just building houses.
Thank you.
Mayor Casey, those are all the public comments for public comment. Oh, my apologies. Somebody raised their hand online. Next speaker is Carly Robles. Ms. Robles,
Good evening.
go ahead and speak. Are you planning to speak for public comment portion of the agenda?
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me? Can
Ms.
you hear
Robles,
me?
We cannot hear you if you're speaking.
Oh, damn it. Seriously.
Mayor Casey, I leave it to you. Those are all the public comments for this.
Can you hear
item.
me?
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Next public speaker is Donnie B.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Donnie. Good to see you guys. Good evening. No flock cameras. I'd like to mention that the Fourth Amendment, which I spoke on last time, the Fourth Amendment says that dragnet searches are unconstitutional. That's been verified by the Supreme Court, decided on by the Supreme Court a couple or more times. So dragnet searches are unconstitutional. Flock cameras are dragnet searches because what flock cameras do is they record every single license plate that goes by them. And flock cameras are currently installed in Hollister, in downtown, and the west side. And flock cameras are a new company based in Georgia that collects all that information instantly and simultaneously and filters it through their own process and then gives that information to officers as they are patrolling instantly. So it's a dragnet search. We don't know the full capabilities of those cameras. But every single person that drove here today, because you came into downtown, your camera, your license plate was tracked. And anytime that you drive in Hollister, in downtown and on the west side, your information is being tracked. So I am asking for the city council to remove the flock cameras, which you voted in. And let's at least wait a couple years to see what flock does, because it's very new. Flock's systems are widespread around the country at this point. So basically you cannot drive. They tend to focus on small towns. But you cannot drive anywhere in this country now without being tracked. So it's very much 1984. I'm surprised that we've come to this point in our development as a country where the citizens are okay with this. That's what I find surprising. So it's a dragnet search. Dragnet searches are unconstitutional. So it should basically stop right there. And that's where I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Casey, those are all the public comments for this item.
All right, thank you. City manager, do you have a report for us?
Is this for this item? Is it for public comment? Oh, okay. So I'm sorry, we have one more. Gabriel Mendez.
Good evening, council. Good evening, everybody. I hope you guys are all having a great day. I just, I wasn't planning on speaking today, but I really just wanted to echo the importance of us working together as a community. I have a lot of, classmates who, might be watching tonight. I don't see anybody in the audience, but I do know that there's a lot of students at the high school taking government class. I'm a senior myself, so I'll be taking it the next semester. And I just really wanted to echo that we have to work as a community. We have to all be united because I've had a lot of classmates ask me like, hey, I've been watching the city council meetings. Is this really how politics works? And I don't think that, previously it's been like that good of a representation. So I hope, we can move forward together as a community, work together, because together we can, together we will build a brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any others? Okay, those are all the public comments for this portion of the agenda.
Okay, city manager, do you have a report for us?
Sure, just really quick, just to let the community know that right now the city has a handful of job openings that we're advertising for that are on our website. And so just to let the community know, we do have an assistant director of IT along with an IT analyst position open, assistant city manager, economic development manager, city engineer, and we'll be recruiting for our full-time permanent fire chief as well in the coming weeks. So just wanted to put that out there to the community that we do have some great opportunities currently.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any training or conferences to report? Chief, do you have some?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Last month, October 14th through the 17th, I attended the International Chiefs of Police Conference in San Diego. I took several classes there in regards to creating the live crime center that we've been talking about, and advancements in technology in regards to investigations and possible robots in the future for security. Those are just fun to operate though. But I just attended that conference and wanted to let you know I did that.
Others?
Yeah, so a majority of our department heads and members of our admin services team attended the Embasia Risk Summit, which is a one-day training put on by our insurance provider. And so we attended that on Thursday.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to our first public hearing. Item E1, an ordinance number 1240 of the City Council of the City of Hollister, amending the City of Hollister Municipal Code Title II, Administration and Personnel to update the Hollister City Council agenda format. City Clerk? you
Mayor
have a-
Casey and council, I'll keep it very brief. So this agenda item is to update the format for the city council agenda. It's currently, as many know, is very confusing and very rigid in how it is set. And so this ordinance would update the Hollister Municipal Code in order to give it a little bit more flexibility so that when you are wanting to move items around, it's not switching between all the different numbers and the letters and all of those things. And so this is something that we can go ahead and roll out now, and then will also be incorporated in our new agenda management system that will be launching in the new year. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Do you have any questions from council? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. City Clerk, does this take into account kind of what happened here this evening, where when we're putting together an agenda, we look at those things that may have the greatest public interest and put them in an appropriate order so that when we're on the dais, we're not playing juggle the items?
Absolutely, Councilmember Burns. That's exactly what it's aimed to do. It's to be able, as we as staff, as the members of council, can look and see what is the public interest in some of these items. We can also look at, do we have consultants who are coming in from out of town? Do we have people who are traveling far? Also, so that we can, as staff, put in a order that makes the most sense. So such as tonight, City Manager Marioni wanted to bring the budget item prior to some of the other items, but it's 2 sections later. And so it will allow us that flexibility to be able to do that.
Perfect. Thank you, City Clerk. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, how is staff going to determine what has higher public interest and what doesn't? How do we measure that?
So like for this evening, we knew that there was a interest in the parklet meeting. You know, we had the business community. We went and actually held a public meeting. They issued an op-ed in the newspapers, said, you know, encourage people to come, said that they would be here. So those type of things. Furthermore, really kind of drilling down on what the clerk mentioned is we have consultants and contracted staff that may be here. And so you're paying them to wait. And so sometimes that does add additional costs that the city bears when we take those items towards the end of the meeting.
Thank you. And regardless of that, if a council member does make a request, they can always have the rest of the majority of the council agree with them on putting that item before.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think it just makes it a bit cleaner.
Sure.
Honestly.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez?
This is the thing I love about our staff. You know, we're doing things proactively, trying to make our system better than it was, and always making it better than it is. So thank you, staff, for doing what you do, and keep it up. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, do you have anything, questions? Or? No? Okay, so I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for this item.
Okay, I will now close the public hearing. Do we have any further discussion or deliberation, or can I get a motion?
Move to approve.
Second. All those in favor?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. All right, we're going to move on then to public hearing E2, an ordinance of the city of Hollister, amending section 3.06 of the Title III Revenue and Finance of the Hollister Municipal Code. So can we get the staff report?
Yes, thank you. So this is an item that staff was asked to bring forward back originally in January towards the end of a meeting through the consensus process. That item was brought forward on August 21st, and staff presented preliminary recommendations to the council and had a discussion. We had engaged Regional Government Services, RGS, to assist with that process. We gave a presentation, and I'll give just a high-level overview of what was discussed at that. We did have purchasing limits that were discussed, and so looking at how standard acquisitions and contract services. So for items under $10,000, that would shift to a department director based on open market bidding, and one bid could be required. So you still would have to go get quotes, written quotes required for orders of $500 or more. For the items between $10,000 and $100,000, the award authority would be within the city manager's authority. An attempt to obtain 3 bids and an award based on going out for that bid. So your request for proposal, those type of items. You can use an informal bid process depending on the dollar amount in there, and you would have a purchase order. For over 100,000, those would be the items that would come forward to council. That's your formal advertised bid process. You're posting the bids for 10 days prior to the bid opening, and those bid results are then posted, and then you would bring the contract back to council. At that meeting, we also gave an overview of CUPCA, where that was later voted on to be a resolution, and that is for public works contracts, orders up to $60,000, and that dollar amount changes each year. It gets adjusted at the state level. That could be awarded based on a single informational quotation. Orders between 60,000 and 200,000. That requires the attempt of 3 informal bids, and then the over 200,000 goes through the full bid process. We had a discussion about the emergency purchases. That's an emergency is defined as a situation in which an unforeseen circumstance constitutes a threat of physical injury or death to individuals, or serious damage or destruction to public property. So a water line breaks and we need to get it fixed and it's outside of that dollar amount. We're then authorizing that work to be done and then bringing that back to council. There was a request that we would notify the mayor of that as well when that happens and disseminate that information. We have done that in the past where we've had a line break over on the River Parkway back behind the high school, and we had to get an emergency repair done there. And so those are situations where that would come in. We did talk about best value procurement. That was for public work projects exceeding $1 million. As part of the discussion, we did receive consensus to bring that threshold down to $250,000. And that is also may include project labor agreements and community workforce agreements. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. And then there was some additional cleanup language around adding the definition and requirement for responsive bidder and responsible bidder, allowing the advertising of formal bids on the city's website, some clarification around life cost and total cost of ownership on award criteria, and allowing participation in joint powers authorities, cooperative purchasing consortiums. So just recently, we've been bringing some purchases through Sourcewell. That's an example of a JPA cooperative purchasing consortium, and then allowing the submittal through the online platform. And so now what I'd like to do is just speak to the project labor agreement community workforce piece. Staff has had discussions with the Santa Clara and San Benito counties Building and Construction Trades Council. I believe I saw Executive Director David Beanie in the audience, who is available as well for questions on this item. If this is passed, this is who we go under contract with. What this does is this is covering public projects valued at $250,000 or more. This is for on-site and off-site work. As it becomes a document that you include in your bid package, that the bidders adhere to this and agree to it. So let's say that they are then awarded the work. They would go through a pre-job conference with the Building Trades Council. There is a usage of labor from the union halls on the projects. They work directly with the contractors. Depending on what type of work, you may have different trades involved, right? You may have electricians in some. If it's a roads project, you may not have any electricians, depending on if there's street lights or not. It also requires the hiring of pre-apprenticeships via the targeted hire. It's called targeted hire. That's your underrepresented workers, your at-risk youth, and folks that have completed the pre-apprenticeship program, which is they call it MC3, which is a multi-core craft curriculum, where folks are exposed to the various trades and take a course. And I think it's 120 or 160 hours. It's been a while since I worked with that course, but the folks get certified in that, and then they get exposure on the projects. And so the Trades Council has a community workforce coordinator that works with the contractors on the project to ensure that labor conference occurs, and works with the contractor and the city to ensure that the work is done by folks out of the labor unions. And so, David, if you'd like to add anything, you're more than welcome to on this side. If not, I'd be happy to open it for take any questions you may have.
Thank you. I'll just be very brief. Community workforce agreements are a proven public policy tool that will help projects come in on time and on budget. They also enable community members that are from underrepresented parts of the community, like former foster youth or formerly incarcerated, to achieve family supporting careers in the trades. Also, what you'll find on a project labor agreement is that you're much more likely to get a local workforce rather than have folks from the Central Valley or from other states come to work on your projects. Thank you.
Thank you. So do we have any questions from council? Councilmember Resendez, do you have any
Thank you, Madam
questions?
Mayor. I do have some questions for staff. Who brought this item on the agenda? Who requested the item to be agendized?
So the original item was was a request to review the procurement policy with project labor agreements, community workforce agreements via Council Member Morales, who then got a consensus. That was back in January. We brought the item forward in August with an overview and a presentation, and essentially everything that was presented is included in this ordinance, with the exception of tweaking the dollar amount from $1 million to $250,000 as directed that evening.
Thank you. Was the city notified or aware that Councilmember Dolores Morales and Mayor Mia Casey received donations during their campaigns from the building, trades, and construction unions before us? Was that reported to the city of Hollister?
There was not a direct conversation with staff regarding that, and I'm not sure if that's filed on their campaign finance documents.
Okay. So it's public record, and it was. Do we not already mandate that anybody that does a public job for us has to pay prevailing wage?
Public projects require public or prevailing wage, yes.
Okay. And in doing your due diligence and your research, when you were looking at other contracts with other cities, is there minimum to have a PLA requirement like this in place, a $250,000 limit, or is it not $1 million limit?
When RGS presented, most of them that they showed were in the $1 million or up range.
Who requested for it to be lowered to $250,000?
We received a request from Councilmember Morales and then received consensus of the council.
Okay, those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Burns, do you have any questions?
I don't, but I do have a few comments. I'll hold for after public comment. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
I got a quick question. I wasn't planning on, but how many $1 million projects do we usually get going a year?
Well, the roads project that we're talking about later this evening is initially spec'd, if all of the projects are combined, at $7 million. Depending on wastewater projects, road projects, water projects, you could have multiple projects that are in the $1 million range.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor, do you have any comments? Oh, I'm sorry, questions? Okay, then I'm gonna go ahead and open the public hearing. City Clerk, do we have public comment?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for this item.
All right, then we're going to close the public hearing for
We
this
do
item.
have a public comment, Madam Mayor.
Can I also ask that members of the public, if you have comments, go ahead and submit your comment cards. We do have a time limit tonight and a very long agenda, so that way I can be prepared. Thank you.
I just had some concerns, just kind of what Councilman Roland Resendez brought up about the, I'm very pro-union, but just like I said, just that conflict of interest that doesn't really sit well with me. Just because I'm pro-union doesn't mean I want projects to go through the right way. And also, like staff was saying, all public work projects are prevailing wages. So I would just really caution the board to just really look at this. Because I would hate for projects to balloon and skyrocket in price. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the public comment. Is this for this item? Okay. Go ahead and you can fill it out after.
Good evening, council. My name is Casey Vandenhoevel, and I am a union sheet metal worker from Local 104. I stand before you today to advocate for the implementation of a project labor agreement within our community. A project labor agreement is not merely a document. It's a commitment to the betterment of our workforce and prosperity of our city. One of the fundamental benefits of a PLA is the creation of apprenticeship opportunities for great careers. By fostering these programs, we invest in our local talent, providing them with the skills and training needed to embark on full careers. These apprenticeships not only benefit individuals, also contribute to more skilled and competitive local workforce, enhancing our community and economic potential. Another critical aspect of local hire, a PLA can prioritize employment of local workers, empowering our community and members provided with them with the jobs and opportunities. This is not only stimulates our local economy by keeping our tax-paying money local. This is not only a stimulus to our local economy, but it cultivates a sense of pride and ownership among the citizens. Furthermore, PLAs ensure family health care. Access to competitive health care is not just a privilege, but a basic necessity. By incorporating healthcare benefits within the agreement, we guarantee that working families have the security and the support they need to lead healthy and productive lives. Yes, prevailing wage is a requirement, but healthcare is not a requirement on these projects. And we need family healthcare and retirement benefits for our community. Time and time again, prevailing wage, it would not covered by prevailing or project labor agreements is active wage theft. I would like to know what city staff go out to a job and confirm certified payroll that there's 5 carpenters on this project, that there's not laborers installing plumbing fixtures, right? The misclassification of these workforce is the active wage theft that you see. In addition, PLAs prevent misclassification of workers on prevailing wage jobs and standardize wages rates and ensures that the workers are justly compensated for their efforts and skills. In conclusion, a project labor agreement is not merely a piece of paper. It's a commitment to the well-being and growth of our community. It is a testament to the dedication in fostering skilled, empowered, and fairly treated workforce. Implementing a project labor agreement not only benefits our workers, but it also bolsters the economy, prosperity, and social fabric of Hollister. I implore the council to consider a profound and multifaceted advantages by the project labor agreement. Let us take this opportunity to invest in our people and our future. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Mary Shaw Corin.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just want to say that I totally support fair labor practices and I support unions, but I am troubled by the fact that if Councilwoman Dolores Morales and Mayor Casey have received money from this particular union, that maybe they should not be allowed to vote on it because there would be a direct conflict of interest, especially with significant amounts of money that was donated to you during your campaign. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Those are all the public comments for this item.
Okay. So I'm going to close the public hearing then. So let's go to council discussion and deliberation. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with the statements that the public gave. Councilmember Morales and Mayor Mia Casey should not be voting on this item. They have a direct conflict of interest and took money from the building trades and construction unions. So when you hear them go around how they are supported by unions, these are the unions that they were supported by. Fine, but you should not be coming up here and voting in favor of a project that's going to make them millions and millions of dollars. at the cost of shutting out the local private contractors. We already pay prevailing wage, it's mandated. And this lowering it from the threshold from $1 million, which is not heard of anywhere else, all the way to $250,000, really, really hurts our local business owners, our private business owners, and our local economy. So I cannot support that. And I would ask that the council, if they do move forward with this, they need to put that threshold back up to $1 million, just like everybody else, and not do favors for people who are financing our campaigns. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, remind me when the council agenda went out.
Wednesday evening.
Wednesday, and it's my understanding that if any council member had a conflict of interest, it's on them to bring that forward, and that's based on their knowledge. Is that true, City Attorney?
That's correct, and the FPPC would be the proper advising authority.
Thank you. And have any council members recused themselves from this tonight?
Not that I know of.
Okay, thank you. So it's my presumption that I'm going to trust the other council members to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. And so there's always a lot of inferences that go on here that are just conjecture. There's no proven truth to most of it. And it just continues to divide the council, which continues to divide the community. And so I am a proud father of a union member. And so I'm putting it out there, but I took zero money from anybody during my campaign, period, not 1 cent from anybody. And so I can 100% support this. PLA is a great tool. And it's funny how some people speak out of both sides of their mouth, and 1 minute's this, 1 minute's that. Having said that, I also like the idea of the reduction because it gives council more knowledge going forward. And so, City Manager, I think you hit a grand slam on this. And so I support this 1,000,000%. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Perez.
I raised that 1,000,001. This is just, this is so ridiculous. It's like, there's so much wrong information that's put out there. But you know what? The right information is that our children that are growing up and need to learn trades have a better opportunity now that they're going to be here in our county, in our city. So I support this 1,000,001, no, 1,000,002 now. I'm going up.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, no, I completely support this. We've had many incidents in other jurisdictions where you see a lot of wage theft, especially in the Latino community, where, there's been human trafficking, wage theft, unsafe working conditions, and project labor agreements are a proven policy tool that bring in labor peace, which means labor unions cannot strike. It also allows for, the projects to come in usually on time and on budget, or sometimes under budget. And so this is a great tool to allow and also partner with our colleges for apprenticeship program and amplify our ability for community to have wonderful skills and help not only themselves but their family through not only the wages but also benefits as well. So I'm in full support.
Okay. So a couple things. One is that I do support project labor agreements. I don't feel I have any kind of a conflict of interest here. I think that building and trades councils for the entire county, if I remember, it's not a particular union or a particular group. Is that correct?
They represent Santa Clara County and San Benito County.
And San Benito County. So it's over the whole. I really don't feel there's a conflict, and we're not talking millions of dollars, although exaggerations happen. $250 limit. It doesn't make me, it doesn't sway my opinion in any way, shape, or form. I am the daughter of a 35-year carpenters union. I understand the value of unions, but more than anything, I like the idea of having local workers. One of the things when I was campaigning and talking to people, I met a lot of construction workers who live here, but they don't get to work here. they're a good chunk of the people who are out on those roadways, out on Highway 25, commuting elsewhere because they can't get the jobs here. This would provide for that. It would encourage more local construction workers to be able to stay home and stay off the roads. So I'm in full support of it as well. All right, so do I have a motion for this item to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
All those opposed?
I'm a no.
Okay, motion carries 4-1. All right, we're going to move on then to item 3. This is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister denying an appeal filed by the San Benito High School District and upholding the decision of the Planning Commission approving a mitigated negative declaration and site and architectural review for a mixed-use development with 157 dwelling units and 3,750 square feet of commercial space located at 1550 San Juan Road. Do we have a staff report?
Good evening. The item before you tonight is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a project at 1550 San Juan Road. This map just shows you a brief project location. The area is surrounded by some development. There's a proposed project directly across the street, which is multifamily. There is to the left of the site, there is some storage and some commercial space, and then there's single family residences in the area. The site is currently vacant. The site is designated as West Gateway in the general plan, and it's been planned for mixed use development since 2005. The West Gateway allows the construction of 111 to 194 dwelling units on the site, and they are proposing 157, so they're within the density. It also does include 3,750 square feet of commercial space. The commercial space will be located closer to San Juan Road. This is the site plan. As you can see, it's a narrow entrance and then the site gets wider. At San Juan Road is the mixed use building, and then the residential dwellings are located further back. For this reason, you're not really going to see much of those other residential buildings, but you will see the commercial building. That will be the main focal point. And there are amenities throughout the site. There's a community building, there's a play area, there's walkways, landscaping throughout. This is what the view of the commercial building would look like from San Juan Road. And then this is just a project rendering so you can see what it looks like. For a little bit of background, a mitigated negative declaration was prepared for this project, and it was then circulated for a 30-day public review as required from July 21st to August 21st. One comment was received during the public review period from the high school district. And although not required, staff did prepare a responses to comments and included it with the mitigated negative declaration that was brought before the Planning Commission. On August 31st, the Planning Commission did approve the project, including the mitigated negative declaration. And then on September 28th, the San Benito High School District filed an appeal. There are many appeal points within the letter that was provided. I'm just going to give a brief explanation of staff's response. So there were many comments received in the appeal letter related to current and cumulative impacts of residential growth in the city. This site was designated for mixed use development. It's in the 2005 general plan. It's actually well within the allowed density that I just previously discussed. It's consistent with the goals and policies of the general plan and the requirements of the zoning ordinance. The San Benito High School District still had a chance to comment on the project when it was still in city review. It was routed to them as part of the city's development review committee review of the project, and we didn't receive any comments from them during that period. With regards to the notice of availability, it was mailed to all interested parties, property owners within 300 feet of the project. It was posted on the state clearinghouse as required, and it clearly identified the 30-day review period. One of the comments related to in the appeal letter referred to the notice of availability didn't reference the actual date of the hearing. And when it was sent out, we weren't sure when the date of the hearing was going to be, and it's not required that it's on the notice of availability. We then sent a notice of the actual meeting, identifying the mitigated negative declaration and the site and architectural review once that date had been set. And then there was some other talk within their appeal letter regarding a development agreement or an access agreement. There's no portion of this project that requires a development agreement with the city or an access agreement with the city. It's just referencing the internal roadway needs to line up with the road across the street, and 1550 San Juan is responsible for making sure that the driveway across the street gets moved to line up with them for safety. But that has nothing to do with the city. As far as the project description goes, the mitigated negative declaration includes all the information required by CEQA. The density bonus does not require review by CEQA. That's a separate item. Even if you were to deny the density bonus, which is the item following this one, the project could still be constructed as it is. It's only asking for some funds. There are no development standards that are changing, no parking that is required to be changed. It's just the fund. Again, it was identified in the 2005 general plan for development. And the appellant really did not provide any details on how this particular project, which has been identified for residential development and included within the EIR for the 2005 general plan, will cause overcrowding beyond what has already been identified and could have been planned for. As far as public services go, the initial study mitigated negative declaration did disclose that the project could affect the capacity of existing school facilities. The treatment and analysis of school facilities in the initial study is consistent with CEQA standards because there's a mechanism in place to collect impact fees used towards the construction of the new facility. Specifically, Government Code Section 65995H states that the payment of statutory fees is mitigation for the impacts related to schools. As far as cumulative impacts go, they are discussed within the mitigated negative declaration, and the rationale for the conclusions are provided. An individual project's effects relative to area-wide effects analyzed in the general plan and EIR with the 2005 general plan is an appropriate method for evaluating overall cumulative impacts within any CEQA document. The state of California has made the construction of housing a high priority in the state and has invalidated the use of strict growth control measures and have passed several bills to that effect. He's referencing the cap on housing within the appeal letter, and the state has invalidated that. The small commercial space, the 3,750 square feet of commercial space, is not anticipated to trigger the need for any additional housing within the city, mostly because it's very small and the city does not have a jobs housing balance at this point, where we have very minor commercial services within the city. The population numbers within the mitigated negative declaration account for population projections in the general plan. Again, the mitigated negative declaration does rely on the development potential identified in the 2005 general plan and the related EIR, as well as approved projects in creating the baseline and future projections for studies. The project is not required to mitigate for future projects within the city. The project is only required to mitigate for impacts associated with this specific project. As far as transportation and circulation goes, there's a detailed traffic analysis within the mitigated negative declaration. SB 743 amended the methods that a city can use when reviewing traffic impacts. Whereas LOS level of service used to be the standard used, the state has moved away from that, and it's now vehicle miles traveled, or VMT. An analysis of the level of service was provided within the document for some information, because our general plan does still say level of service, the current one, and just provide some background on some impacts that people are used to seeing. But again, it is looking at VMT. That is the method that we have to analyze traffic impacts for CEQA. The city does not currently have any policies related to safe routes to school. And so that was not included within our review. And again, it was routed to this school district, the high school district, during the DRC review of this project. So there was an opportunity where comments could have been made at the earlier stage. With regards to mandatory findings of significance, the mandatory findings of significance were prepared in accordance with CEQA guidelines. As noted in the information contained within the mitigated negative declaration and within the technical appendices, it's the opinion of the city that the project will have no significant impacts on the environment. It will result in less than significant impacts with mitigation. Although not related to the appeal, the applicant did include a prior letter that had been written and distributed to the city. And that is included just because they included it, but those are more relevant to the 2040 general plan and the climate action plan, which is currently under review. It's not approved. And this project is following the 2005 general plan because that's what's in effect right now at the time of their approval. Again, one of the comments was the failure of the Planning Commission to address the high school district's specific concerns. The comment letter was included within the staff report. It was also included as part of our responses to comments within the mitigated negative declaration. Both were part of the agenda packet available online and distributed to those who request it. On page 10 of the staff report to the Planning Commission, we discussed the environmental review, and that also included a discussion that a letter was received, what the letter was, and that responses to comments were prepared. Staff discussed the mitigated negative declaration during the public hearing, and again identified that a comment letter had been received from the San Benito High School District. And again, we discussed that the responses to comments had been prepared. During the public comment period, the high school district did not speak about the project at all during that comment period. And there were no other comments received by anyone regarding the mitigated negative declaration. With regards to the Brown Act violation, there was an error when preparing the agenda for the project. The density bonus request was inadvertently left off the agenda. It was discussed in the staff report and during the meeting. In order to correct the omission, the city attorney did bring back the density bonus to the Planning Commission on September 28th, 2023 to ratify their decision to recommend approval of the density bonus. And the Planning Commission did adopt a resolution ratifying their recommendation of the density bonus request. In conclusion, it's the city's opinion and the determination of the city's qualified CEQA preparer that the project will result in a less than significant impact based on all the information contained in the record and as mitigated by the mitigation measures included within the document. The project conforms to the municipal code and the general plan. And the mitigated deck and the project was adequately reviewed by staff and the city's environmental consultant, noticed as required by the state law, and reviewed by the Planning Commission during a public hearing. The Housing Accountability Act only allows for denial of projects based on certain reasons: non-conformance with the general plan, non-conformance with the municipal code, or concerns related to health and safety. And in this case, there hasn't been any demonstration based on any fact that this project would result in either non-compliance with the general plan, the municipal code, or create a significant health and safety impact to the city. You do have 4 options tonight. One is to deny the appeal as recommended by staff, to approve the appeal, thereby denying the project, to remand the project back to Planning Commission for more discussion, or to continue the hearing and provide staff with additional information or clarification. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Do we have any questions, Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you. Can you remind me again how many number of units are going to be built there?
157.
157. At 157, what percentage of them are affordable?
So to qualify for the density bonus, they have to provide a certain limit, which it's voluntary, it's not a requirement this time. And so I can't remember off the top of my head. Okay, so they're proposing to designate 8 of the 157 units for very low income households. So that's 5% of the total number of units.
So 5%.
That's the minimum under that income category that you would need to provide to qualify for the state density bonus.
So they're giving us the very least that they have to give us for affordability so they can get more units built. Is the way
They're
I'm
not getting
understanding.
more units. They're
Density bonus.
their density bonus. So density bonus, no one is actually required to increase the density. It's an option.
Yeah.
They're not. They're within the density range allowed by the general plan.
Got it. Are we going to hear from the appellant? The high school
I'm assuming they're in the audience.
during public comment? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns,
Just comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Perez, Vice Mayor, do you have any questions? Okay, then I'm going to open the public hearing then on this item. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, Mayor Casey. The first speaker is Sean Tenenbaum.
Well, good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening on this topic. I do appreciate the staff report and just wanted to share some further commentary that the district would like to get on the record. First and foremost, the district does object to the project. To be clear, the district does not oppose progress and growth in the city. Generally, and understands the city's needs to look to grow as a result of statewide issues beyond its control. But the district needs to be brought into the situation as a partner regarding that growth in order to best educate the students of our community that we both serve. Chief among the issues the project presents is impact to Hollister High School. As noted previously, the high school is already operating over capacity with just under 3,500 students at a school designed for 3,437. New development in the city, like the San Juan project, increases the demand on the high school and the district itself. The city is aware of the district's efforts to build a second high school to keep up with the growth in the community, and yet the draft initial study does not analyze the impacts to the school from new students generated by the project or mention the overcrowding. Of note, the district has no record of learning of this project until August 2023. So if the city staff could send over and forward the February 24th, 2023 DRC meeting invitation, that would be gratefully appreciated. The district thoroughly searched for those records and we cannot find those. So Dave, if you could send those over, that would be great. Had the district learned of the project earlier, its consultants could have considered how the project might impact the school and included it in our school facilities and future planning analysis, which we do on an annual basis. In addition to the overcrowding, the initial study also raises air quality issues for the districts and its students. The initial study does not contain carbon monoxide hotspot analysis for all locations new students will traverse going from project to the school. Instead, the initial study analyzed only those intersections included in the traffic impact analysis itself. Schools are considered sensitive receptors, given the added potential for health problems in children as a result of carbon monoxide and air pollutants. The study recognizes the project will increase students and therefore trips to the school. It follows the study should have also analyzed impacts to air quality to the school and students already being educated there. Further, the city argues population growth from the project, will be in line with the general plan, but the general plan also requires the city to implement other policies to deal with that growth. The district needs assurances this will occur, so public services both our entities provide can keep pace with growth. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Victor Gomez.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council. Victor Gomez with Pinnacle Strategy here representing the project applicant. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have for this item or the following item. But really, we're here because we're excited to provide this project. I grew up 2 blocks away from this location. Thrilled to see this opportunity to bring some commercial to the west side that desperately needs it. But more importantly, we need a rental stock here in the city of Hollister. The need is great. Rental prices continue to skyrocket because of the lack of rental housing in our community. So with that said, I didn't have any prepared remarks, but we're here ready to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Casey, those are all the public comments for this item.
Okay, then I will close the public.
Next public speaker is Julio Rodriguez.
Wait. Okay, just had some first off, I just wanted to agree with Dr. Tannenbaum's comments about the high school. You know, we are at capacity here. You know, what are the implications for the high school? I do find it kind of odd that some projects got his approval and some projects didn't. And then also just wanted to comment also about the 157 units, 8 very low income. Just I think that really makes it impossible for us to hit our arena numbers, you know, because a lot of you know, during the campaign season, that's what we hear time in, time again is, oh, we got to hit those arena numbers. And at 8 very low income units, it's going to be basically impossible to reach those numbers. Also, I'll be honest with you, if I was in a vacuum, I would say I would 100% support this project. I just am curious to know with the VMT, you know, how many of these people are going to be, if there's some kind of methodology, how many people are going to be commuting from, say, Hollister to Monterey County, Silicon Valley? Because as of right now, it takes, on some days could take about 30 minutes just to get across town. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention. Thanks.
Thank you.
Those are all the public comments for this item.
Are we sure? Just kidding. I will close the public hearing then. Let's go to some deliberation. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am in complete support and agreement with Dr. Tannenbaum from the high school. The high school is bursting at the seams, not only the high school, but our school districts, all of our school districts are bursting at the seams. And I'm of the belief that every school should be sitting down with the developers when they come here to build of any type of projects at all, because they're the ones that are most impacted. And then kids are going to schools that are highly impacted with high teacher-student ratios, and that affects our community down in the long run as well. The environmental concerns that were brought up, you're right, we have a very outdated general plan. We're going to talk about the new one. So I appreciate the fact that the high school is bringing up some concerns that that are outlined in the new general plan, not necessarily followed in the old one. And the affordability aspect. Let's be real, market rate apartments. I'm a renter. I do not own a home. And I probably wouldn't be able, as a teacher, to be able to afford an apartment there. On the west side, where the gentleman who spoke up earlier grew up, that I represent, that is the highest developing part of our community here. I do not support this project. And I would ask that the council does the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm of the understanding that it's staff's recommendation to support the project moving forward. I'm also of the understanding that it didn't only go to the Planning Commission once, but twice to address the matters that were raised, and fairly so. I'm also of the understanding that the school district had ample opportunities to register their complaints earlier in the process, but for whatever reason, I've heard Dr. Tannenbaum say that they might not have known about it. And so to me, that's a messaging issue that I hear loud and clear and I think needs to be addressed in moving forward. I've also heard staff's presentation that the 5% of the affordability numbers is actually voluntary. Is that correct? So there is no state law that requires it now. And this council has struggled with 15 to 20%. But this project is happening before that. I've heard it's consistent with state law. I've heard it's consistent with our general plan, and our general plan is the general plan. And so while I would hope that the developer would consider increasing the affordability numbers voluntarily, I can't, there's no way this council can coerce them, and I don't see that we hold people hostage. And so I'm going to support staff's recommendation. I'm going to support the planning commission's recommendation and state law. And so I will support this moving forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Perez.
Public notice. All of our meetings are publicly noticed. If the school is not able to follow that, I don't know what to say. But I support this because we need housing for our people, and we're getting, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. We need this housing. How many people do you know that are staying with other people? I know a lot, right? We need housing. We need lower income, and you know what? We're working for that. Unfortunately, we're not just going to get someone that's going to build low income housing and take a hit on financially on it. So you know what? This is why we need to talk to developers so we can have a conversation instead of building walls. Let's build conversations. I support this and any more that come.
Vice Mayor, do you have any comments?
Yes, so first I wanted to thank staff for the report. I think for me, it really laid out everything that I needed to hear. I think Councilmember Burns summarized it really well, so I'm not going to delay my comments. I am very supportive of the school. However, based on the presentation, I'm going to support staff's recommendation.
Okay, thank you. So I would tend to agree with the other council members regarding this. It appears all the conditions and requirements were met throughout the planning process. Planning Commission approved it and the density bonus, and I can't see a legal reason to overturn that decision. So I would go with planning staff's recommendation. The fact is, we are required to do a certain amount of building, and if we're going to have to build an infill project like this that provides more rental opportunities is a good one, especially mixed use commercial, because one of the things that I've heard from folks that live in this area is they feel there's a lack of services there. So a mixed use project that could bring new shops or businesses can have value for them. As far as the density bonus, my understanding is, this is something that was put forward by the state to encourage affordable housing to be built. And we're not talking about more housing. We're talking about like a waiver of fees or something just for those 8 units. So we're not talking about much money either. We all know we need more affordable housing, especially really very low income like these. So I'm not going to overturn the Planning Commission's decision. I do think we have to support the high school district. We all know it's important and really long overdue to get a second high school built. But I know that there has seemed to be a bit of a communication issue. I think maybe it's been resolved at this point. If the district needs data to help support what they're doing, I hope that our staff will, work closely with them and maybe even designate a point person to give them what they need so that they can, ensure that they get the data going forward. And one other thing I wanted to just mention in reading through the documentation is I was surprised to hear that the growth control ordinance that was passed way back in 2020 by the previous council that had been rejected by the state is still sitting on our books. So I would like, city manager, if you could just make a note, we'll talk about it later, but I'd like to get that agendized and get that item rescinded. It shouldn't be on our books if it's unenforceable and rejected by the state. So just comment for later. All right, so if that's it, then we're going to go ahead. Can I get a motion on this item?
Second.
So we have a clear record. Is that a motion to approve the resolution denying the appeal and upholding the decision of the Planning Commission?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, and we had a second from Councilmember Bress. All right, then can we, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
All those opposed?
No.
Okay, motion carries 4-1. All right, it is about 8:15 and I would like to take a 5-minute break if we could, and then we'll move on to the next item. All right, we're going to move on then to item F1. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving a density bonus incentive for the proposed residential development located at 1550 San Juan Road. The staff report, please.
It's at the end. So this is the companion to the item before us. This is the density bonus request for the 1550 San Juan project. The state has established very specific rules for density bonuses. We also have a section of our zoning ordinance that then goes over the requirements for density bonuses. And within the state law, it determines what a developer has to provide in order to get a density bonus. In terms of this project, based on the proposal, the applicant could have requested a waiver of development standards, which they have not. They are allowed to request one incentive, which they are requesting. And staff is actually, as part of it, the parking requirements would go under the state density bonus law parking requirements, but even if the density bonus was not approved, they still actually have enough parking per our zoning ordinance for regular projects. So the project will include 8 dwelling units restricted to very low income households, and that's 5% of the total. And for the very low income category, the state says that in order to qualify, 5% would have to be dedicated, which they're doing. The time period or the restriction period for the affordability level is 55 years. So if this was approved, they would have to maintain those units as affordable for 55 years. They would be filing a deed restriction on the property so that any future property owner would be aware. For this project, the applicant is requesting a waiver of specific fees related to sewer and water. And again, a city council is not required to approve a request for a direct financial incentive. It's entirely up to you. But what they would be requesting is for the waiver of sewer and storm drainage impact fees for the affordable units only. So not for the entire project, just for the affordable units. The sewer impact fee for multifamily units is $4,464.68 for treatment and $3,590 for collection. So that would be a total of $8,055.68 per unit. The storm drainage fee is $2,030 for units with 2 or more bedrooms and $700 for studio and 1-bedroom units. So at this point, we don't know how many bedrooms will be in those affordable units. So a range was provided within the staff report. So the total fees that the applicant is requesting that the city council waive for their project is $7,045.44 to $80,685.14. Again, the actual fee though is not collected until is not collected at this time. So when the fee would otherwise be collected, it will be that fee in effect at that time. So the project is valid, the project approval is valid for 2 years. It could take 2 years, or if they requested an extension, there's a little bit more time that comes into play. So at this point, that's the fee today, but it's likely to be different in the future. Again, the waiver of fees is entirely at the discretion of the council. If the density bonus request was not approved by the council, the project can still move forward as proposed. They don't need anything else within the density bonus law to develop their project. The planning commission did recommend that the city council approve the density bonus request. I know the applicant is here if you have questions for them, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Do we have any questions from council? Councilmember Resendez, anything? Yeah. Councilmember Burns, anything?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So it's probably a question for the applicant, but we know that at some point we're gonna increase the number. The council's already weighed in at 15% moving forward once the general plan is revised. Do you know if the applicant would be amenable to increasing the number of affordable and with an additional waiver of the fees they're asking for?
I am not sure, but you could ask Kendra.
I would love to, if they'd please step forward.
Hi, my name is Laith Aga. I am the applicant for the project. So that's not something that I've considered extensively. We basically saw that most projects we do have some sort of component, right? So we figured it just doesn't feel right to move forward with the project that doesn't have an affordability component. Felt comfortable with the 5% very low, kind of debating between that and the 10% low. I basically went with the 5% very low because it's just my sense that has a greater impact for those people who will be benefiting from that. But it was sort of a toss up. So we wouldn't be open to maybe the 10% low, because then that's more units that residents could get into.
So 10% low would double the number?
It would double the number, yes.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll save my comments for later. That concludes my questions. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez, do you have any questions?
I think staff might be able to answer this. What is the threshold between very low and low?
The income category. I don't have, you would know it better than I would, but the 10% does qualify for the density bonus.
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
So very low income is 50% or less of the area median income. So 0 to 50%. And then low income qualifies 50 to 80%. So a very low income unit as proposed would be restricted to anyone making that 50% or less, whereas a low income would take that up to 80% or less, because you could also potentially qualify as a very low income person, but it's not the restriction on the unit. I don't have the exact number off the top of my head, but I believe that the AMI currently is about 134. Don't quote me on that, but I think it's 134,000 for a family of 4 in the San Benito County in 2023. So you're looking at 80%-ish of that for a family of 4.
Any other questions or?
No, nothing right now.
Vice Mayor, do you have any questions? I just have one. So with regard to the very low, I mean, in looking at our arena numbers, we've had a lot of trouble, haven't we, in getting to that very low threshold? We've got some low, but not. What are I know we've got percentages that.
Yes. So our numbers generally are very low, not to excuse the pun, but I would say that the only very low or low income units I can think of off the top of my head would be the recent Chispa Senior Sunrise project. I don't have the exact split, but most of the projects are restricted at low income or are majority low income. They may have some qualifying very low income applicants, but I think most of our restrictions are hitting that low income category. So we had the Chispa Sunrise, Chispa's projects off of Buena Vista. There's some apartments off of Buena Vista that were relatively recently built. And then the Vista de Oro farm worker housing is also restricted. I believe there may be a few more that I'm missing, but few numbers, maybe less than 200 total. Mostly low.
So the arena numbers, if I remember right, there's percentages you have to get. And so what is our very low that we are supposed to, and how are we meeting that at all? I guess is my question.
I don't have that number off the top of my head, Mayor Casey. I can tell you that we have not met any of our lower income categories, including very low, or moderate for this cycle.
Okay, thank you. Did you have another question, or we'll do comments after public comment? Oh, you have a question? Okay.
What would it take to get to 10 very low units. This is why we need to be able to talk to our developers, where we can discuss things and negotiate instead of building a wall.
So that would take,
Actually, attorney, is this possible to say this?
You can ask the question. It's going to be up to the developer ultimately what he
Okay.
wants to build and make affordable.
yeah, that would take a greater analysis to look at, you know, what that impact would be on the project. Another consideration, quite frankly, is the environment we're in. Building apartments is very difficult right now. Nothing's getting built. So that, you know, and this isn't, I'm not trying to squirm out of providing more affordable housing. This is the reality of, you know, the world we're living in right now.
Totally understandable. I
Yeah.
just, you know what, this is just our first interaction with being able to talk to the developers. And so it's like, this is what we're looking for, people out there in Zoom land and watching this. We want more very low and low apartments, units, housing. This is what we need. If you, please help us.
So one thing I can say to that is, you know, we do a lot of development down in Soledad, and you know, we have projects that are a combination of single family and apartments, and we're doing one right now. We have 104 single family homes and we have 36 apartments. We're deeding that property over to Eden Housing, and so, you know, a project like that, it's more feasible to make that work. You know, if you want half of your apartment complex, a standalone apartment complex, to be affordable, it's just not feasible. It just can't happen. And it's not even just about, am I going to make money? Is the bank going to fund it? You know, so it's just not practical. So.
Thank you for your input.
If we have no other questions, we go to public comment then.
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for this item.
Okay. Then let's bring it back then for further discussion. Councilmember Resendez, anything further?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes. If we want affordable housing, then we shouldn't be approving projects that are not affordable, period, end of story. That's not going to happen under this current city council, and it's not going to happen under the current planning commission as well. You all know the reasons for that. Simple. Say no to projects unless they are going to provide housing for the people that need them the most. $134,000 is the median income. People that live within my district are not going to be happy about this decision. And I just want to go on the record saying that I don't support it. And yes, we need a more affordable housing, but it's too late right now to try to finagle in front of the public with a developer to try to make yourself feel better about approving a project that should never have got approved from the get-go. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you. And I want to thank the developer for being willing to engage in this conversation. Councilmember Perez hit the nail on the head, I think, in this case. No construction, pun intended. Maybe we need to revisit that other element of the council decision on meeting with developers in advance. It obviously would have worked better in this case had we had that opportunity. But I've held steady to the ordinance, but I'm supportive of maybe moving in a different direction. I think I appreciate his willingness to hear unprepared say he would be willing to do 10% or on low versus very low. And either way, it's more than we have now, and it's more than we're going to get in the immediate future. And so I'm going to support this 100%, whether it be low or very low. I'll honor the will of the council moving forward, minus Councilmember Resendez. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Perez.
This is exactly what we've been needing. We've been missing here in Hollister. Councilman Resendez said that, you know what, he just said that we needed this before. Well, where was council? Where was that? Where was all this? Where was the thinking of the previous mayor and all the previous councils? I don't know. But you know what? Today, working from here and looking forward instead of backwards, this is what we need. We need conversation. I support this project, and give me a call.
Vice Mayor, do you have any comments? I don't either, except for the fact that this is, the planning commission did approve it. It makes sense to encourage, it's difficult to get a completely affordable housing project built. It takes a lot of nonprofits and other grant monies and things. It just doesn't happen as often as we'd like, as much as we'd like to do it. I'd like to see more of it, but we also need other ways. And to encourage developers who would otherwise just build and meet our state requirements, to have them do their share and put units in every complex that gets built or every development, that's going to broaden what's available. And we need more affordable, and we need different kinds of affordable. Having rental properties that are affordable, we've got to do something about this. We do have a real problem of not having enough affordable. We haven't met the numbers that we're supposed to be building in low and very low. So I think every step we take towards that is a good one. So I support, this approving this density bonus waiver. So if I can get a motion on this item.
Mayor, I'd like to move to approve it, but I would like to amend it to the low at 10% if that's council's will. Thank you.
What is the will of the council? Does anyone have any comments on that? Is that a motion? You're making the motion with that amendment?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, so is there a second to that? Does anyone want to entertain that?
I'll second.
Okay. All right. All those in favor?
Is there discussion?
Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have discussion? I'm sorry.
So I know that we did it off the podium, but is that something that there was an agreement to do? Or if that doesn't work out, can we go back and approve the motion as it is? I'm sorry if it was a dumb question. I just don't know exactly.
It's not something that's proposed by the applicant, though, as briefly mentioned, it is something that's been in discussion. We could maybe write the amendment to where it's 10% low, and if the applicant wants us to bring it back, we could bring it back. I think that would be okay.
City attorney, yeah.
So just to clarify, so 10%, does the applicant still have the option to choose whether it's 10% or 5%, or does it have to come back if the applicant doesn't want to do the 10? Or can we do approval for both? Like it can be one or the other?
My question would just be, if we're moving it to 10, are you waiving the fees for the 10% of the units?
So
That
yeah.
Need to be
Yes.
clarified.
Yes for the 5 and yes for the 10.
Maybe, and we could make the amendment where it's, the council agrees to waive the sewer and storm drain impact fees for either 10% of the project, low income, or 8% at very low, and with a preference towards the 10% low, but then we might not have to come back.
Yes.
Yeah, it is. You could make a motion to say up to 10%. You'd be willing to waive the fees and then leave it to the developer.
Okay. That's,
Yes.
yes. please.
But I thought I heard the developer just say here and now that he would up it to 10. So if he has said that, and I believe him, then I think we just move forward with the 10 and waive the fees for the 10%. That would be my recommendation.
Very good.
So there's a first and a second.
Okay, so I just want to have clarity because I also I want to make sure that that it's clear and that we don't bring an item back if we don't need to. So since we have the applicant here, can we just get confirmation of that?
So frankly, I would like to keep it at 5% because if I'm concerned that if we go to 10%, then I just don't want any further delay on this. Is that so confirm that I heard? I just want to, what did I hear as far as?
Well, the motion before you is to do it at 10%, not the
right now.
5%.
Okay. Low income,
At the
right?
low income.
Low income.
10% low with the sewer and water services waived, is my understanding. Is that not
Sounds
correct,
good.
city attorney?
Okay. Okay, you know what? I'm okay with that.
Call for a vote.
Yeah.
All right, so can I?
Can I get a roll call vote, please?
City clerk, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Perez,
Yes, definite.
Councilmember Resendez,
No.
Councilmember Morales,
Absolutely, thank you.
Council Morales.
Thank you, Councilmember Morales.
Well, I could wear multiple hats.
Yes.
Councilmember Burns
Yes, absolutely, thank you.
and Mayor Casey.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Resendez opposing.
Okay. Moving on. We're gonna go to item 2. Resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister adopting a wastewater services agreement between the City of Hollister and Sunny Slope County Water District.
Madam
get-
Mayor, before we get started, I've got a quick question.
Yes, what is your question?
I noticed that our city attorney left and we have another attorney sitting in place. Can we get explanation so the public knows why?
Yes, so this involves Gavilan, and if you recall, when Gavilan comes before the council, we're conflicted out as a firm, so you have a different firm handling it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oops. All right, so we can get our staff report.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members. The item before you is a wastewater services agreement between the City of Hollister and Sunny Slope County Water District for Gavilan College, Cielo Vista, Fairview Corners, and the lands of Lee. On October 3rd, 2022, the Hollister City Council received a presentation from Sunny Slope County Water District and directed staff to return with a presentation with options on how to provide wastewater treatment services to Gavilan in partnership with Sunny Slope Water District. Staff worked with Gavilan College and Sunny Slope to provide possible options, including the necessary partnerships required for the project. Staff made that presentation to council on August 7, 2023. Following the presentation, staff received direction to negotiate an agreement with Sunny Slope to provide wastewater services to Gavilan College, Cielo Vista, Fairview Corners, and the lands of Lee. And staff has been working with Sunny Slope and have negotiated the agreement presented here tonight. The agreement was approved as presented by the Sunny Slope Board of Directors at one of their regular meetings. The board also authorized their general manager to negotiate an amended version if the council wishes to amend that removes section 8A and or 8D and authorizes their board president to sign the agreement without returning to the full board. The main points of the agreement are it limits sewer service only to those APNs listed in the agreement. The owners of each APN shall consent to future annexation and waive any protest to future annexation. The district shall pay the City of Hollister 100% of the treatment portion of the sewer rate and 70% of the collection portion. Prior to construction of any connections, the city will apply to and receive written approval from LAFCO. And the city will have the ability to review and approve any subsequent agreements necessary for Sunny Slope to provide wastewater services. And those agreements will be between Sunny Slope and the developers, Gavilan College and Cielo Vista. Sunny Slope shall indemnify the city should LAFCO not approve or fail to act on the city's application. And upon annexation of any of the properties, the city will take possession of the collection system located within the annexed properties. And flow is estimated to at about 145,000 gallons a day at build out. And that concludes my presentation, but I'm available for any questions.
Okay, do we have questions? Councilmember Resendez.
Madam Mayor, if I may ask our council, Michelle Chester, to just add before we have that discussion.
Sure. Mayor and council members, what I want to offer are small change to one of the provisions in the agreement, as well as a small change to the resolution in front of you. So the proposed amendment to the agreement is intended to reflect the intention of both the city and Sunny Slope. The specific changes would reflect that Sunny Slope will be collecting collection and treatment fees, but specifically also impact fees. That was presented to the Sunny Slope Board of Directors at their meeting and consideration of the item. And so the intention is to provide a change to the language to clarify and reflect that. I can read the language now. I'm looking specifically at section 3 titled Fees and Payment. It is a definition of what includes city charges that Sunny Slope will be collecting on the city's behalf. The change would be city charges shall include, but are not limited to, connection/impact fees, in parentheses, collection and treatment, comma, service charges, treatment charges, and collection charges. And so the additional language we've added there is reference to the impact fees, both collection and treatment, as well as specifically calling out the treatment charges. As I understand it, Sunny Slope's general manager does have authority to work with the board president to execute the agreement with that change without it going back to approval by the full board. So I would offer that change for your consideration tonight into the agreement. Just for clarification, a small change also to the resolution before you. The intention is to provide specific direction to city staff to pursue the LAFCO application, which is referenced in the agreement per city council's direction. So that additional term in the resolution would include, whereas the city council authorizes staff to submit an out of jurisdiction service application to the local agency formation commission or LAFCO. Again, that confirms direction provided by council.
So if I may add, Mayor, just very simple changes. The Sunny Slope refers to what we call impact fees as connection fees. So we just want to make sure that that's very clear, that connection/impact, those are interchangeable. And it also would cover the treatment and the collection side. That was presented in the presentation. It's more for just clarity and making sure that, years down the road, you may have different staff. It's very clear of what the intention is. That's what was presented to Sunny Slope. It's what was presented to you all. And I have discussed that with the general manager as well. And then for the resolution, it's just adding that one provision of taking it to LAFCO. It's actually part of the contract, but when we have to submit the application to LAFCO, the resolution would state that as well.
Okay. Just for your consideration, I also wanted to clarify paragraph 8 or section 8 that was raised in the staff report. You heard that there was alternative proposal from Sunny Slope that was approved. Now, paragraph 8 of the agreement as currently written, that reflects the conditions of termination of the agreement. So subsection A in the agreement currently, the agreement would terminate if Gavilan College builds or constructs a septic system and uses a septic system instead of city collection and treatment. The recommendation is to include section A with that provision. There's also subsection C.
D. D.
Yes, I wanted to refer to subsection C, which includes a termination of the agreement after 2 years if no connections have been made. And that's a reference to any single connection. So if no single connection is made, the intention is that the agreement would terminate. And the purpose of that is just to ensure that the city is not on the hook for this agreement if no progress is being made for whatever reason. Now, subsection D, which is the one you heard proposed to be removed by Sunny Slope, or one of the alternative proposals, that is a provision that allows the city to provide Sunny Slope with notice, 90-day notice, to terminate the agreement. This would only be permissible if no connection has been made to that date. And I just want to clarify that the purpose, again, is to ensure that the city is not left on the hook for an agreement that is not moving forward. It is not the intention to turn around after approval of this agreement and then issue a 90-day notice of termination. I want to point out that the authority for any notice or termination has not been delegated to the city manager or other staff. So if there was a need or recommendation for termination, you would see this again before you.
Okay. That was a lot. Do we have questions from council? Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just so that we're clear, City Attorney, you do not recommend removing the provisions. They're put in there for a reason to make sure that the city, quote unquote, is not left on the hook. Is that correct?
Yes, my recommendation is to include subsection A regarding Gavilan and the construction of the septic tank as a provision of potential termination, as well as both the 2-year and 90-day provisions.
So just to clarify, that means the reason we're being told that Gavilan College and these houses need to be built around it is because Gavilan College needs access. So if they went ahead and put septic in the ground, then they don't need the houses to give them access. So if they go ahead and put septic in the ground, then the agreement is done.
Yes,
So to speak.
I'll refer back to the conversation at the hearing in which we received direction to prepare the agreement, which was, as I understand it, council's direction to move forward with collection and treatment because it was not preferable to have Gavilan pursue the septic system.
And then number 2, you mentioned that when the city applies for LAFCO, you're going to apply with an out of jurisdiction application. Why is that?
That is to reflect that the wastewater treatment services would be outside both city and Sunny Slope existing wastewater service boundaries.
Okay, and is it not true that one of those requirements, according to LAFCO law, is that there needs to be a health and safety hazard to allow for that?
Yes, the exact details are escaping me, but there is a consideration of health and safety, whether it's endangerment or hazard, I don't recall, but there is a review of health and safety involved.
Okay, and have you heard of any type of health and safety endangerment with those projects?
Well, it probably varies on circumstances. I am not aware that any investigation has been made to date in relation to this particular project.
Okay, thank you.
If I may add, the Cielo Vista wastewater facility that they have for their small subdivision is in a failing status for that particular subdivision.
Okay. Councilmember Burns, questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Did I hear you say that they, at some point, if we go forward with this agreement, they could not oppose an annexation? Is that what I heard you say?
Correct.
So what does that really mean for the person that doesn't understand annexation?
I'll let the attorney handle that.
All right.
The intention of including that is to allow for city proposed and planned, or more broadly, general planning purposes. It gives the option for the city to annex those properties so that it is within your control and sort of obviates the need for future agreements like this where you're working through Sunny Slope or another entity to collect on the city's behalf because of the jurisdictional boundary issues.
Thank you. And so I may have missed it. It was only about a 1,800-page staff report or council agenda packet, but did it mention with the flow and the collection how they would address ADUs, JADUs, and garage conversions moving forward? Because that would certainly potentially increase the flow.
So in the original presentation, which I don't have with me tonight, it did count for a certain number of ADUs in our projections of the flow. I'll have to find it. I'll have to find it in here.
Thanks. You can, maybe we come back during my comments. I'll remind you. And then I really like the idea of the 2-year no progress termination. Thank you. I don't know whose idea that was, but that's brilliant in my mind. And hopefully that will inspire people to move forward in a timely manner versus some of these development agreements that go on for decades. And so, and do I recall reading something about a 70-30 split? And if so, can you speak to that, please?
So,
Oh, yes.
so about, I don't know what the exact figures are, but so part of the collection system that the sewage is gonna have to move through is existing, that is city collection system. The part that gets built out that connects to our collection system will be handled by Sunny Slope, will be maintained and repaired and all of that by Sunny Slope. So the 30% of the collection fee, it will be retained by Sunny Slope to do that maintenance of that portion of the collection system. The 70% that we will receive will use to maintain that portion of the collection system that it impacts going all the way to the treatment plant.
So with the building of this, assuming it is built, their infrastructure will be brand new. How old will our infrastructure be? And where I'm going with this is we see the leaks downtown regularly where you guys go out and you fix it, and a month, 2 months, 3 weeks, 4 days, whatever it is, the next section seems to go or something further down. And how do we prevent that? Because I mean, everything's brand new. That's a great situation to be in, but our stuff is dated.
Yeah, well, generally those breaks you're referring to are water line breaks.
Right.
So
No, I got you.
I don't want people thinking we got sewer breaks all the time.
No.
But yeah, so some of the infrastructure is probably 70, 80 years old along the way, because it does have to traverse all the way across town from the east side all the way out through the west side. But that's where the impact fees come in, the impact fees that we will collect. We use that to either upgrade or upsize or improve the existing collection system along the way, and or any treatment upgrades that need to happen at the treatment plant.
So assuming the assumptions and given the givens, if this goes through, will we have some sort of a proactive maintenance? Because we don't want it breaking. We already know how that ends, and it's not well.
Yeah, correct. And we do that now. We just have a lot of sewer systems, so it may not seem like that. And the plan is to cover the entire sewer system at least every 5 years to actually clean it. Now we have trouble spots that we address regularly because they get clogged up. There's grease problems, fog problems, those types of things. But the idea is to do the entire collection system at least every 5 years. It's just it takes some doing. So we do have that program in place, and part of this collection system that would be impacted by this is already in that program.
So is that a program? I don't know what to call it, but a maintenance plan? Is it a strategic plan? Is it what do we call that? Because that's a critical thing as I hear it, see it, and live it. But you know, we've had a lot of change in leadership, which has been very good. But how do we guarantee that that's going to happen?
Well, I don't know about guarantees, but it's my plan to make sure that it gets done. And currently what we're trying to do is identify through camera inspections. We actually send a camera down and inspect all the lines with the camera. And we have some staff that was certified in doing the inspections to be able to rate the condition of all of the lines. And they actually got certified doing that a few months ago. We're just having some problems with the camera right now is where the hang up is now. But that is the goal, to actually increase it to inspect all of the sewer lines more often than every 5 years. And developing that program is still kind of in the process to have an actual written program of what we do.
Thank you. Yeah, city manager, I'd really like to see some sort of, I don't know what to call it, but for lack of a good word, master plan. I'm sure these plans have to be out there in other jurisdictions where it's just routine maintenance. It's kind of like take your car in every 6,000 miles for an oil change, check our pipes for poop every so often. So thank you. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Mayor.
And the 70-30, just to clarify, staff feels that's a fair deal for the city. If this all goes through, they also would be maintaining the Cielo Vista area until, if and when it's annexed. And so that is an aging infrastructure there, as well as some, the initial work that would take to manage the new area. And the overall dollars and cents of it, it's not a huge number by any means. So that does help offset some of the staffing expenses for.
Thank you. I guess the final thing I just say it now. I'd actually like to, if the council has interest, actually explore the annexation. I think if we're gonna provide the core services, it makes sense to me, and I know that's a long process as I understand it, so sooner than later to move forward with that. So thank you, everybody.
Oh, by the way, the plans for Fairview Corners calls for 20 ADUs. So it's fairly insignificant flow added to it, but it is factored in.
Councilmember Perez.
I've actually seen the camera in action, and if we're having issues with that camera, that old system, you know what, I think that might be something that the city should check out and see if we can get another camera, rent a camera, something. It's part of the process that needs to keep happening to make sure. I mean, this ground over here kind of moves a lot. So I would agree to, I believe you, I trust you that, you know, you're working through the whole system to clean it out. Stuff happens, 5 years turns into 6, 7, but I trust that you'll keep up that pattern and consistent cleaning. But and that's what's going to help our sewer system. As far as the water pipes, the ground's moving, it's just going to break. There's not much we can do about it. There's certain spots there where they break because the ground moves there a lot. So, but good job.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, any questions?
Yes, for section D, can you help me understand under what circumstances would the city terminate this agreement?
The intention is to keep it broad. This is an agreement just between the city and Sunny Slope, not with the intended benefit of any other parties, but there are a lot of different circumstances in which we understand construction timelines, budgeting, et cetera. And it's intended as a protective measure on behalf of the city, not to necessarily counteract the productive conversations and agreement that we've come to here with Sunny Slope, but just an additional measure of ensuring that if termination is reasonably needed, that provision is included in the agreement.
And how would this be triggered? So
the city would receive direction from this council to issue the 90-day notice of termination to Sunny Slope. That could, again, only occur if no connection has been made to date in the agreement.
So my understanding is that the city council would initiate this clause. It would be agendized to city council sessions, and then you'd get direction.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Jim, have a question? Councilmember Burns?
I did, just in follow-up to Vice Mayor Morales's. Is that something where we could put it in the agreement that it would be a super majority of the council would vote on something like that versus just 3/5?
Yes, we could add that revision to the agreement.
Thank you. Thank you.
If I may add, just to clarify, Councilmember Morales, when you were explaining the process, you said come back twice. If
So normally, well, what my understanding is when we request an item, administration has said that you like 2 council sessions before you bring that back to us. So we would make a request. So it would be like, it would come back within a month for us to hear it. Is that accurate?
No, typically with this would be a staff recommendation, so we would bring it forward. Typically, because it's at the operations level, we would feel we need to do it, and we would bring it forward on an agenda that you would then take action on. So it wouldn't be typically something you would request as council. I mean, you could, but typically the items that would trigger it would usually be at the staff level, and staff would make that recommendation and then present a discussion and an ultimate vote.
Okay, because my understanding from our substitute attorney, I'm sorry, I don't know how else to call you. She said that it would be triggered by the city council, not by staff. So
The termination of the agreement. So you would have to vote on it.
He's correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Only question I have is, you mentioned quite a few things as changes, and they've all been, I know you're looking out for our best interest, and I'm sure the city managers reviewed it, but Sunny Slope was okay with those proposed changes, or has it been reviewed by them?
Yes, to my understanding, and Dave can speak to this, Sunny Slope is aware of the proposed change I mentioned that clarifies the collection and impact fees because it does reflect their presentation and understanding. So that was run by them today. And our expectation is that can go for execution by the board president without additional review and vote before the board of directors. But the supermajority, we can confirm, it's a city-specific provision that I doubt they would have any concerns
But the
with.
other items, the termination and all of that,
The-
they're fine with all of that. It's been negotiated or whatever.
Yeah, the attachment that you have in your packet is actually signed already by their board president, so they've executed it. They received public comment to the nature of these two items, and through their discussion in the public comment process, received that direction. So what's presented to you today is signed by their board president.
Got it. Thank you. All right, I think we'll do public comment then.
Okay. Our first speaker is Mary Grimm, to be followed by Bill Lee.
Mayor Casey and council members, thank you for giving me this opportunity. My name is Mary Grimm. I'm a resident of Hollister in District 2. I'm opposed to providing outside jurisdiction sewer services to Gavilan College, Cielo Vista, Fairview Corners, and Lands of Lee. My husband and I were driving out of town last Thursday and passed the sewage treatment plant. The smell permeated the air before the sewage treatment plant came into view. As we approached Highway 156, I couldn't help but think that the first glimpse of Hollister for thousands of travelers on 156 is the sewage treatment plant. With the increased discount dumping that's going on across town, coming from other counties, and the increased sewage from outside of Hollister on the other side of town, my fear is this mayor and city council are turning this beautiful city into the toilet and trash can of the Central Coast. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Bill Lee, to be followed by Roberta Daniel.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for considering this item. This is a really important item to get through tonight. You heard the discussion on Section 8, A, C, and D, and the whole idea is to keep Gavilan from having to build a septic tank. So in order to do that, the time is very, very limited, and we really need to get the gas pedal down on this and get it across LAFCO as well. They need this built by summer, which really, by the time you permit and build, is not all that much time. With regard to the provisions, the 8D, which is this 90-day pull, I'm not a big fan of it because you could, as someone that could be building, you could be laying a pipe and all of a sudden have it pulled before you're actually connected. And that's kind of scary when you're spending that kind of money. If the council's unwilling to pull that, the idea of a supermajority certainly is more reassuring to assure that it doesn't get pulled. The other thing that I would ask for clarification on is under 8C, the 2-year provision, is just to make sure that that's 2 years to get a connection between Sunny Slope and the city, not to have all parcels connected. Is that correct?
That is the intention of that provision. Yes, it's any single connection under the agreement, not every connection.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the gas pedal didn't have to be put down where everything had to be built immediately. So that does address that. The last thing I'll say, since it was brought up earlier and people do wonder, I am Lands of Lee project. I'm building 10% low income, 5% moderate, and there's 25 ADUs with my project. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may add one additional clarification, that 2-year provision includes language that allows Sunny Slope and the city to agree to an extension beyond the 2 years.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Roberta Daniel, to be followed by Fallon Grieg.
Good evening, Council. I'm Roberta Daniel. I'm the president of Cielo Vista Homeowners Association. And I'm hoping you're going to consider this project. We really need sewer treatment in Cielo Vista. We've been working with Sunny Slope. They've been keeping us up to date. Dividend Homes has agreed to pay for it. We really couldn't get much of a better deal. So I'm really hoping for your consideration of this project. Our whole homeowners association has not had a chance to, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. Our whole homeowners association has not had a chance to meet with Sunny Slope Water, but we have it scheduled at the end of the month. And I'm pretty sure that the whole community will support the hookup. So I really appreciate your consideration. And I think it's also beneficial for the college, for Lands of Lee, that everybody get affordable sewer that isn't a septic tank, which is not very environmentally friendly for our area. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Fallon Greig, followed by John Robles. Okay. The next public speaker is John Robles, followed by Bella Rosales. The next public speaker, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that, my apology. I wasn't paying attention. Mr. Robles, go ahead.
All right, thank you for allowing me to speak here. Couple of things that I'm really concerned about. Number one is the pressure that's being put on the council to push this project through and push everything through. It's kind of ridiculous. You know, expanding out beyond the city limits right now presents a problem for everybody. Especially costs. We've already spent $2.7 million on this. I'm not terribly, I'll be honest, I'm not terribly enamored with developers. I feel that, you know, Mr. Perez, I can't see, earlier you said that you would like to engage with them, negotiate with them. I think you said fandangle. They need to fandangle with the public, right? They need our input. I just think that this is a big mess, and we really need to get stronger with this and have more of a say with the stakeholders being the citizens of Hollister and even in the county as well. That's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Bella Rosales, followed by Maureen Nelson.
Hello, Council. My name is Bea Rosales. To start, as I'm sure you've noticed, many of us here today are against the adoption of this resolution. Residents of the West Side have come to City Council meetings to talk about the overwhelming stench that comes from the sewage pond. We've had to deal with this for years. We've even brought this up to the City Council recently, but instead of this problem being fixed, the adoption of this resolution to extend services and bring in more sewage would clearly make the problem worse. This is a social justice issue. So if you care about the concerns of the Latino West Side, the way to show that would be to vote no. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Maureen Nelson, followed by Bridget Thorpe.
Good evening again, and thank you for the opportunity. If you build it, they will come. We are not a field of dreams. So we've heard in the past that Gavilan College was planning to use a septic tank. They were very astute about their decision. They understood what it meant, and they were willing to do it. I am a little baffled why we would be considering to not only put Gavilan College, but Cielo Vista, Lands of Lee, Fairview Corners onto a septic system, onto our septic system, the city's septic system. We're encouraging out-of-county growth, out-of-city growth in the county. You are the city representatives. These are county areas that you are encroaching into. So BEI is the operator of the Cielo Vista wastewater treatment. They have a sequencing batch reactor followed by a disposal into a leach field. They operate this with 100,000 gallons per day. 100,000 gallons per day. The issue that we have here is that we're extending services that are for the city of Hollister, for the people of Hollister. They pay for these services. They're being extended by the city council, mayor, to go into county lands. I think we may be overstepping our boundaries, literally overstepping our boundaries. Leave it to the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission that deal with the county as a whole, in large. We don't need to be extending services to communities that have been in existence for many years. We have limited resources. We already have an issue with the wastewater treatment plant. We have an issue with the smell. And you want to compound this? Who are you servicing? Are you servicing the county residents or are you servicing your city residents? I would have to question it. I hope you really consider this thoughtfully. You think about the ramifications. Is it necessary that we add to the sewer system? Or do we let them do a septic tank? Do we deny future building of homes that aren't necessary, that are impacting and have previously been turned down? Please take it into consideration. Think about it. And thank you again.
The next public speaker is Bridget Thorpe, to be followed by Jasmine Rosales.
Hi, good evening. I only want to agree what Maureen just had to say. I think this is what I've heard about the wastewater treatments center is the smell, the stench the West Side have to deal with is unacceptable. And to compound this now, I feel like you need to take care of your residents first before you enlarge it. And I also want to point out with the landfill expansion, also want to say all that leachate, which is garbage juice, it's also going to your wastewater treatment center. And if there will be an expansion, that will also go to your wastewater treatment center. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Jasmine Rosales, followed by Andy Shaw-Corin.
Hello, my name is Jasmine Rosales, and I'll be speaking against the extension of the sewer services. In the summer and what feels like now basically the whole year because of climate change, the West Side residents are forced to choose between opening our windows to prevent heat exhaustion or letting the stench of the sewer in. Extending the sewer services to accommodate hundreds of houses outside of Hollister city limits is outrageous, and we will not stand for it. Instead of our city council helping residents improve this environmental injustice, a majority of the council is working to intensify the issue. We ask that you please start taking the community into account when you make these choices that affect our quality of life. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Andy Shaw-Corin, to be followed by Mary Shaw-Corin.
Good evening. Basically, this community has a cancer. You can tell it's got a cancer by looking at the symptoms. One they've talked about on the West Side, the excessive odor, the impact on the living of the people who live over there. Other elements of this cancer we see is the traffic jams that people experience every single day. These are a sign that the system's out of balance, that it's not working. And generally when a system, when you've got a crisis, when you've got a cancer, you try to do something about it. It looks like the decisions being made by this council is, let's see if we can accelerate the cancer. Let's see if we can make it easier for the cancer to grow. In a body, the way cancer grows is it redirects blood vessels to get more nutrients so that tumor grows faster. In our system, the way we're doing it is we're allowing for waste treatment so that the system can grow faster. And essentially, as you grow off toward the new Gavilan College area, you're making a Hollister grow further in an area that already when anybody tries to go anywhere, they can't. And then you know that that in the next year, as they close off Union for construction, you're already going to face a severe crisis. People are extremely unhappy, and they look at this group and they say, well, it looks like you and the county supervisors are kind of working in concert to enable developers to further accelerate and grow the cancer that people experience every day, the unlivability of this community. Now, I don't live in Hollister, so you don't represent me, but I feel that many people out here feel the same way, that they're not being represented as well, and you do have a duty to represent them. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Mary Shaw Corin, to be followed by Julio Rodriguez.
Hi, I'm here because a lot of my friends live on the west side, and they are very concerned about the fact that the city council doesn't seem to be caring about their quality of life. You are extending sewage service to people. I can understand, Cielo Vista, they've been there for a while, and for a good neighbor reasons might want to help them out. But you are extending sewage to Lands of Lee. They were actually turned down by the county. So why are you approving this project? I know he wants to make some money, but I don't think that's your role to help a developer make more money. You should be looking out for the interest of your own people. So right now, there's a lot of pain in the community. People are taking so long. Their commutes are extremely long. I know maybe some of you don't work out of the community, but a lot of people do. And I hear so many stories from people who I know about just hours on the road. And by promoting more development, which is what you're doing, places like Fairview are it's not a road that's even designed for that many houses. So you are basically approving that right now through this decision. And I think it's pretty unconscionable. I would suggest voting no, because this is not what the community wants. I think a lot of people would like actually a moratorium on building until the infrastructure, like the roads, are in better shape and adequate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Julio Rodriguez, to be followed by Pete Munoz Cowan. Mr. Rodriguez? Okay. Pete Munoz Cowan, to be followed by Bill Avera. Okay. Next speaker is Bill Avera.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. On April 2nd, 2022, I came to you and I begged for you to read the Hollister Urban Area Water and Wastewater Management Plan. If you didn't read it between then and now, that's all on you, because you could inform all of these folks in this room why we are doing something, right? And what we're doing. Because the reality is that Sunny Slope, the county, city of Hollister, we all agreed that we would serve as a regional plan, as per guidance of the Regional Water Quality Control Board, a specific geographical area and protect our groundwater. Roland, you mentioned what's the health and safety? Our groundwater is the health and safety. We pump every single day out of our groundwater basin. If you have septic systems that leaches into the groundwater basin, they're charged with protecting that groundwater basin. That's what we're doing. So the whole thing is this, we keep talking about the same thing over and over. This has been talked about since 2003. And I apologize for odors and whatnot at the plant. That's probably on us, 100%. We should be with Veolia and figuring out why we have odors. You have a contract with them. That should not happen ever, right? The industrial plant, the same thing. We operate that. We should never have a problem with odors at the industrial plant. But the fact that treating wastewater in this general vicinity is not up for debate anymore. We hashed it out 20 years ago, literally 20 years ago. And the Regional Water Quality Control Board gave you guys direction to do this. You spent $120 million to build a plant that would serve an entire area. We all pay wastewater rates every single month, right? The more users we have, the more opportunity for us to reduce our rates. That's where it comes That's the simple fact. So start read what Tim, you mentioned that you have, they're master plans for your collection system. You guys adopt them every few years. Just read them. They're in front of you. You adopt them. If you adopt them, you should be reading them, right? It's not a secret. Nobody does anything in secret. And like I said, you guys, all these people that are upset about what's going on, you're charged with informing the public of what you're doing. If they don't understand what's going on, that's 100% on you folks. Not anybody out here. They want answers. You should be giving them answers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Carly Robles, to be followed by Donnie B.
Okay. And I shouldn't be doing this with taking comments from the.
Madam
I
Mayor,
know-
Madam Mayor.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Order.
Your time is up, sir. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Carly Robles, followed by Donnie B. Ms. Robles, you can unmute and you have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Our next public speaker is Donnie B.
Good evening. So yeah, I have a sign here, Casey Loves Developers, which highlights the position that we're in as a county and as a.
Sir, could you hold the sign down? You're blocking.
Sure,
people's
I'm
view.
going to, but
People
he just-
behind you
He just took
can't
a someone just took a photo, so I just want to hold
Okay,
it for a
we're
second.
done with the photos then.
So, this highlights the position that we're in, and which is that the interests of developers are raised above the interest of the people right now in our town and in this county. And this is a perfect example where we're going to be pumping more sewage to the west side when the smell is already unlivable. I don't know. I don't know if anybody lives. I'm sure nobody lives on the west side that can experience that. But if you did live on the west side and you were experiencing it, you'd probably have a different opinion. But the interests of the people are not taken into account. Instead, the only interests right now are the developers' interests. That's where we're at. That's Mia Casey and the people that follow her. It doesn't take much digging to see that. In fact, it takes no digging. All you have to do is attend a city council meeting for half an hour, as I did my first city council meeting 2 months ago, without knowing anything about anybody on the council. And within half an hour, it became extremely aware to me that, again, Casey is 100% pro-developer. In fact, a face for the developer, a front for the developers.
I'm sorry, sir, but you have to. keep
So,
your comments on the
so I
wastewater,
would,
not
what
personal.
I'm saying, please don't interrupt me, is that the wastewater is, as I already said, you're opening up the sewage, fix the sewer first. Before we add anybody else into the sewer system, fix the sewage first. That's what needs to happen first. Moratorium on all development, fix the sewage first, then we'll talk about who we can add into the system. But fix it first. You don't care because you don't live there. And that's the problem. Elections are coming though. Thank you.
So Mayor Casey, we're going to try again for Ms. Robles just to see if she's able to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Ms. Robles?
Can you hear me? Hello? It's not working.
Unmute.
Ms. Robles, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you, but you can't hear me. Oh, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Ms. Robles?
Can you hear me?
Hold on
Hello?
a second.
It's not working.
It's a feedback, so hold on just a second.
Unmute.
Ms. Robles, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me Yeah, now? I can hear you, but you can't hear me. Hello, can you hear me?
Ms. Robles?
Can you hear me?
Hold on a second.
It's not working.
It's a feedback, so hold on just a second. Ms. Robles, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me
I
now?
can hear you, but you can't hear me.
Hello, can you hear me?
Ms. Robles?
Can you hear me?
Hold on
Hello?
a second.
It's not working.
It's a feedback, so hold on just a second. Ms. Robles, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Manager to the rescue. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Robles. Try that again.
Wow, that was quite a bit of work there.
It was. Go ahead. You do have 3 minutes.
Okay, so I just wanted to say that I am against this waste treatment expansion. I think it's really bad for our city. I think Maureen summed up a lot of what I had to say. I think you're overstepping your boundaries. You are a part of the city council, not the county supervisors. You should not dictate who outside of the city receives sewer service. And the gentleman that spoke before about how we need the sewer system and the more people we have, the better chance we have at lowering our rates. I want to see on paper that he's going to lower our rates the more people we have. I find that very hard to believe. To me, it seems like the more people we have, the more maintenance it's going to need, which means the more money we're going to have to pay. The taxpayers are going to have to pay. So I think you should listen to the constituents. Basically, most of Hollister, I would say the vast majority of Hollister, does not want this wastewater system expanded. And I hope when it comes time to it, you make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
And those are all the public speakers for this item. And thank you for bearing with us on that.
Okay. All right, so we'll go to some deliberation from council. Councilman Perez, did you have a?
William, when you're driving when you're going San Juan Road, when the road kind of turns at the end and you can go to the facility right there. On the right side, before you go in, what is that place called? That's a septic tank.
Septic receiving station.
Yes.
Yeah.
What does that do?
That's where they haulers clean out septic tanks or
So it's for
porta potties, and they come and they dump it there at that.
So basically, the stuff that's at Gavilan College is going to be picked up. If it was a septic tank, would be picked up and taken over and dropped into the pond, basically.
More than likely, that's where.
So basically, we got the same amount of volume no matter what. Okay. Oh yeah. Well, not maybe no, without the houses. I'm talking Gavilan College. Anyways, so any septic tank is going back to that receptacle. Is that correct?
It could if the hauler chooses to dump there.
The only other choice is to take it to Monterey or Salinas.
Okay, can we
Okay.
not have speeches from the audience? Thank you.
So basically, the point is, it's all going to end up in the same spot, correct?
It likely would get dumped
Okay,
there.
that's all.
Okay, Councilmember Resendez. do
Thank
have any
you, Madam
comments?
Mayor. Appreciate it. So again, thank you to the public that came out here tonight, the public, the real public that's out here tonight. I don't think that I've ever seen this many people come to meetings back to back to back to back. And I'm sorry that the words that you're speaking at these meetings are falling on deaf ears, but keep at it because what you're doing is super important and change will come with your help. I want to say that I do support a residential moratorium, 100%. I called for one when we first talked about this. Councilmember Burns brought up being proactive. When I called for the moratorium, I said we should be doing these quote unquote plans or studies to see how we're going to collect all of this sewer. What kind of impact is it going to have on our 100-year-old pipes? So this is things that I had asked for already. Unfortunately, I did not get the support of the council. Retired city manager Bellavera came up here and he said that we built a regional water treatment plant. He's not telling the whole truth. Again, thank you to the public that's here for the right reasons, not for monetary gain. You, the residents of Hollister, paid for and built a regional treatment plant, not Cielo Vista, not the county, not Sunny Slope. They did not want to help you pay for it. So why is it that we are going to let them take it over from you now? Why? When we should be taking the money that we have, the pot of money that we have, paying down your debt and lowering your bill. That's what we should be doing for the residents. So don't believe everything you hear from people that are up here. Mr. Lee, his wife, his daughter, his sister gave money during campaign time to Dolores Morales and Mia Casey. That is a fact. Mr. Lee's project was denied by the county, which it should have been denied. Okay, so why is it now all of a sudden his project gets thrown into the loop at the very last minute? And again, my colleague here now wants to annex it into the city lands. Well, you should be asking yourself those questions. Again, I don't support this, obviously, but I do appreciate you doing your due diligence and adding in the provisions that are going to protect the citizens of our city. But I do have some concerns about some of the ideas that I heard from some of my council members up here. But that's my comments from now. Remember, money was taken, projects are being passed, and that's what's really happening here. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'd like to thank our former city manager for putting the proper spin on it. I think that if people do their due diligence, they may come to a different conclusion, but they're entitled to their opinion and I'll respect it, although I don't have to necessarily agree with it. So I took no money from anybody, and this makes a lot of sense to me. I do not feel pressured by anybody to move this forward. And so I would like to make the motion to approve with the one addition that it be a 4/5 council vote to bring it back to council to consider revoking the right. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Perez.
Money was taken from people and it was returned. It's really funny because I'm going the wrong direction. I support this. I'll second your and it's like this is I didn't take no money from nobody either. And I'm voting this way. So what's wrong? It's like, this is the right choice. This is a right choice. And you know what? If people can't see it, then they can't see it. It's a whole different perspective up here than it is out there. And from everybody's porch, there's a different perspective. Yeah, I smell the smells. I smell it. I get all that stuff too. And it's been going on for years. And you know what? It wasn't until how long ago that we brought this up? Not long ago. But you know, when it came up, it wasn't like, hey, let's fix our problem. No, it was, hey, fix our damn. No, that's not the right way to communicate and talk. Let's just talk to each other and find solutions. I support this.
Vice Mayor, do you have any comments?
Excuse me, you're supposed to not
Okay.
supposed to be talking when I'm talking?
Okay, please stop. Thank you. Vice Mayor, did you have any comments? Okay, so I don't have much. I think it's pretty much all been said, but I do want to talk about this idea of moratorium. I've heard this over and over, and I would ask all of you, go to the state housing and community development. They talk about cities that are on what they call an affected city list. Hollister is on that list. It prohibits things like down zoning. It prohibits moratoriums. We cannot do a moratorium. It would be great to do a moratorium. We cannot do it. And you need to understand what's happening at the state level. Every year, more and more pressure to build, more and more laws. And I don't want to run afoul of the laws. It's dangerous. You can ask other cities what happens when you don't comply. You know, you can lose your grants. You can lose your control over your housing. No, I don't want the state making decisions for us. So I don't want you to believe me. I want you to go out to the state housing and development site, look it up. It's there. It says prohibited activities, moratoriums. So let's stop talking about something we can't do and start looking at things we can do. I did want to say, William, you mentioned some things, I think, in the last meeting that I don't think a lot of people heard. And it has to do with, we have heard the community. We are concerned about the smell. It shouldn't be happening. And I know your staff is investigating, and you had a very interesting thing that you brought up about some of that smell and one of the corrections that you're taking. And I think they'd be interested in hearing that. If you would share it again.
Yeah, so we have an additive that we add to the sewer at lift stations that helps reduce the odors. And we've been looking into, we had to run some tests. We had a consultant come out and run those tests to increase adding that at one location and start adding it at another location so that it reacts with the sewage. By the time it gets to the vault where a lot of these odor issues occur, by the time it gets there, it helps reduce those odors.
Yeah, I think it was interesting too, because we heard a lot of the residents saying, especially early in the morning, late at night, and you had mentioned that actually that's when the sewage, is low. It's not at high capacity times, and it stagnates at a certain point, I think you said, and that's where you're adding the bioxin to try to lessen the smell, because
correct.
it's like a lift or something. You describe it better.
Correct. The higher the flow, the less odors, because it's pushing it through, because it has to go under the river and come back up the other side. So the higher the flow, the more pressure you have to push it through, and it keeps moving. When you have low flows is when it gets there, it has to sit until the pressure builds up behind it to actually push it under the river. So and that's just the way the hydraulics work. So
And you are looking into more things, right? as
into
far as
replacing the
So we are
vault and-
trying to address it. We may need to do an outside study. I don't know, but we are committed. I think the council heard very clearly that there's an issue, and we are listening, and we do care, and we want to get it fixed, for everyone. So I guess that's all I have to say about that. You made a motion, I believe. Do we have a second to that motion?
Can we be clear about the motion as whether it includes the proposed revision
I think he said that.
of the 4/5, correct, but also the reflection of inclusion of the language regarding impact fees, as well as the additional provision in the resolution regarding direction to staff for the application to LAFCO.
I second.
Yes.
So we have a second.
Second.
Okay.
And then, Madam Mayor, I'd like to call for a roll call vote.
Can
Thank
we have a
you.
roll call vote, City Clerk?
Councilmember Perez,
Definitely.
Councilmember Resendez,
No.
Councilmember Morales,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Mayor Casey.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Resendez opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so it is 10 minutes to 10. I just wanted to get the consent of council to go past 10 o'clock. Do we have consensus? Okay. All right, so let's move on to item 3. This is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving a supplemental appropriation of $762,822 and authorizing city manager to execute a contract amendment with Placeworks for the 2040 general plan update to address City Council's recommended changes. Staff report.
Yes, thank you. I have some slides that are being pulled up by the city clerks. Thank you. And we do have David Early from Placeworks online as well for any questions. Perfect. Thank you. So tonight's item is with regard to amendments to the 2040 general plan update project. As the council will recall, at the September 11th, 2023 study session, there was some discussion about the general plan, and there was items that were left over from that discussion for, I feel like I'm missing a slide, but we'll just start here. So the council talked about the general plan. You provided direction on amendments to land uses as well as sphere of influence amendments. That's resulting in a contract scope change. To go over a few items that are outstanding from that study session where we're still waiting to receive direction. The first is a discussion about expanding allowed uses in the North Gateway commercial designation. The direction from council was to return for discussion, and the plan with this scope amendment is to return on November 20th. And the effect on the general plan update would be delays if the direction is not received on the 20th. The second item was to expand agricultural preservation acceptable lands. Again, we're planning on bringing that back for discussion and direction on the 20th of November. But this does not have an effect on the overall general plan update scope as proposed. It's kind of a supplemental item that could be addressed at a later date if needed. And then there was also a labor requirements discussion that was outstanding from that study session. And that was direction for the city attorney to return with discussion or possibly just provide discussion to the council. It's not a general plan related item, so it doesn't have any effect on this scope. In addition, the scope, or there was a deferral policy discussed by the council, and this is kind of an ongoing discussion that was had at the September 11th and then also the October 16th city council meeting, discussing individual general plan amendments and their effects on the scope, budget, and timeline of the general plan update. And while the deferral policy is a separate item on tonight's agenda, part of the direction from the 16th was to get some information on the pending applications, their current status, as well as their effect on the general plan update. So part of this staff report talks about those projects, what the proposal is in the current general plan update and or the scope amendment proposed tonight, and then effects of changing those on the general plan. This is a quick slide. I'm not going to go over it in detail, but it's part of the staff report. This is kind of the 12 simple step process of annexation or general plan amendments. It's just important to note for the city of Hollister, we have a somewhat unique process, which requires submittal of an initiation request, which comes before the council for approval. And then only then can an applicant submit a formal application for pre-zone or general plan amendment. So these items are outlined in the staff report in detail, but I will just go over them very quickly. These are our outstanding or in progress general plan amendment and or pre-zone for annexation applications. The first is the Hollister Research Campus project. It is located at San Felipe and 156. The highlighted parcels are on your screen. The current general plan scope has this project following the general plan update. Any modifications to this would be significant in their effect on both projects. You would need to modify environmental work, mapping, project descriptions for both projects. Modifications to change this project to go before the general plan would require the general plan update to subsequently follow the completion of this project. And no general plan update policies would apply to this project if it were processed prior. The second application that is in process with the city is the Lico and Greco properties pre-zone for annexation. It's located just to the south of the Hollister Research Campus project. I will say, and this is the same for the previous project, both have received initiation approval and are in the submitted application process with staff. So this currently is merged with the Hollister Research Campus project as it provides a contiguity connection to the city limits and is at the same status. It is planned currently and as being processed to follow the general plan update. Therefore, it does not have an effect on the general plan update. Modifications would be the same, that you would need to redo environmental mapping, text, etc. for bringing this project before the general plan. The general plan would then wait for this project to be completed. And again, policies of the update would not apply. The third project that we have in process is a general plan update and rezone for a property located at San Felipe and Maple Street. This project received initiation approval by the council in January of 2023. And at the time, the direction of council was that this project would precede the general plan update. The recommendation in the scope amendment tonight is to incorporate this land use as a change in the general plan scope. The applicant to date has not submitted an application for this project. So technically, based on the direction, the general plan update is held by this project at this time. Modifications to the project scope or to change incorporating this in would, again, hold the general plan update until the project's completed if you're processing it before. And our recommendation, which incorporates the mixed use designation into the general plan update, would have no additional effect on the scope. The next item that we have is an application that's in a little bit of a different status. This is a request for a general plan amendment and pre-zone for annexation of the property located at 2910 Southside Road. It is currently not contiguous to the city limits, the sphere, and it's currently not within the general plan. There was a request for initiation submitted to the city. Within the current 2040 general plan update, it is proposed to be low density residential. It is not incorporated into the sphere of influence with the general plan, nor with the proposed changes from the September 11th study session. Modifications to the scope of the general plan to bring this project before the general plan update or to change the land use designations could affect the environmental mapping, text and diagrams, etc. Bringing the project before the general plan would again require the general plan update to hold for this project to be completed. No projects or no policies of the general plan would apply to the project if it was brought before the update was approved. And additionally, because this would require a jump in the sphere of influence in order to provide contiguity, we would likely need to amend the scope tonight to accommodate some additional discussion and policy direction in order to accommodate that change, to make sure we're accommodating what the council wants in the general plan update. The next application we have is also in the same position. It was an initiation request was submitted, and that's the status of the project. This is General Plan Amendment 2023-1 and Pre-Zone 2023-1 for MLC Holdings or Sarwat or Stewart Family. The current general plan and the scope amendment tonight include this parcel as medium density residential. Oh, I should mention this is at Union and Lad Lane, just south of the city limits. It is located within what's identified in the general plan as the Union Road Special Planning Area. Now, this is one of 3 special planning areas identified in the general plan where specific policy discussions were had and then policy direction was given. One of the main policies in this area, as well as the others, is that a specific plan be prepared prior to any development in the area. This would allow for, I hate to say it, but specific planning of the area. You can look at landscaping, designs of buildings, infrastructure. There's a school, obviously Lad Lane School is just adjacent to this parcel, so you can look at circulation. You can look in as detailed as roadway, street design. So those are the types of things that were intended with a specific plan for these 3 different special planning areas. So if the council did desire to make modifications to this land use or to bring it before the general plan update would obviously wait for the project to be completed and the policies wouldn't apply, but you would likely need to amend the scope tonight to have some additional policy discussion regarding that special planning area, as this is a significant portion of it. The next item is an application again for just initiation of pre-zone by Joe Tanasha. This is very close by to the previous one. It is at Southside and Union, crossing north and south there, as you can see on your screen. This is also partially within the medium density residential, and then the southern half of the parcel was identified at September 11th to be a modification proposed in tonight's amendment to have that just additionally included in a specific plan area. The whole parcel is also included in that Union Road Special Planning Area. Modifications to the scope as drafted would again trigger potential environmental mapping text changes. And again, we would likely need to amend the scope tonight to include additional items for policy discussion meetings about the Union Road area. The next application we have is pre-zone 2023-3 for Lico and Greco properties. This is just to the east, just to the east of the property before at Highway 25, Union and Southside Road. This again, has just submitted an initiation for pre-zone request. In the current scope, it is proposed to be mixed use and is again a part of that Union Road special planning area. Modifications are similar to the other two projects located within the Union Road special planning area. Would likely recommend modifications to the scope tonight to include additional policy discussion meetings. With that very brief summary, and I'd be happy to answer any questions, staff is recommending a contract amendment to amend the scope of work with PlaceWorks, Inc., who is preparing our general plan update, climate action plan, SP 743 policies, the Ag Preservation Program, many a document, based on the direction from September 11th. That includes sphere of influence amendments, some policy changes, some land use map designations. The contract itself is for $722,822. Staff is recommending as well a $40,000 contingency. That's a little over 5.5% of the cost to allow for any additional meeting that we might need to attend or prepare for, just any additional items that we didn't think of to keep the project moving forward without having to come back again and again to the council. And then there was a minor amendment proposed to the term of agreement based on some direction from our administrative services department. The section of the current contract doesn't quite make any sense, but this amendment would amend the terms to just be until the completion of the work as described in the scope, for a total supplemental appropriation of $762,822. And we are recommending approving the contract amendment to follow the direction provided on September 11th, approve the appropriation, and authorize the city manager to use that $40,000 contingency as needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have questions from council? Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. Eva.
Sorry, this is
if-
David Early. Could I add one item with Eva and the mayor's permission?
Yes, please go ahead.
Eva, you should probably speak to this, but when you and I spoke about this earlier today, I think we said that we're asking the council on this agenda item to not only look at the contract, but also to confirm the overall land use map. And if that's not the right subject, please correct me, but I just wanted to mention that before we move forward.
Yes, thank you, David. It is. So that's part of the purpose of the 7 items that we have, is as the scope is currently written and as is being recommended by staff. If we adopt this contract amendment tonight, the land uses will be for those properties as was described for each of them. If the council wanted to propose a change in the direction of the land use for the general plan, we would ask that we be given that tonight. And I can tell you, or David can tell you, if we think that that's going to need some additional work to the amendment or just direction.
And I would just add to clarify that that's not true only of those 7 parcels. It is true of those, of course, but it's also true of all the other land use changes that the council talked about on September 11th. We took careful notes about those, and we are prepared actually to start tomorrow to work on those changes. But we do want to just make sure that everyone's clear that starting tomorrow, we'll be working on that set of land use changes that you all asked us for on September 11th. So really tonight would be the last night to make substantive changes beyond the ones that we saw on September 11th.
All right, Councilmember Resendez, questions?
Thank you. Do you have a map of the changes of the sphere of influence with you tonight or no?
I don't have one
Okay.
on screen, but I could get one.
All right. So just so we're clear, it's going Buena Vista, Fairview, Union.
Yes, so the expansions from September 11th were an expansion. Our current sphere is at Fairview Road on the east side of Hollister. It was an expansion to, let's say, the backside of Santana Ranch. That's approximately 1 parcel for some of our larger ag parcels. And then at the very southern end of that, we incorporate the Best Road property owned by the high school. So that's what we're calling the East Fairview or East Hollister expansion area. The Union Road area was expanded to include 2 additional parcels only on the southeast corner of Enterprise and Southside Road. Otherwise, that area already kind of runs along Southside Road from Highway 25 to, what would that be, 156?
And Eva, there was a fourth change that is in the far southwest corner. I'm not sure if you mentioned that.
Yeah, no, I haven't gotten there yet, but I know all four. Thanks, David. Yeah, so the third is the Buena Vista area. So that's expanding from Buena Vista Road up to Wright Road with San Felipe as its eastern line, Highway 156 as its western line. And then the council also made a modification at the request of a public commenter to incorporate some areas as you're headed out San Juan Hollister Road or 4th Street to the west of town towards 156. There's some parcels to the south that are being incorporated. It doesn't have a clean line, but it does include some parcels that have some single family homes on it that are being served city water, I believe, as well as a few vacant parcels, kind of between the Brigantino Park and 156, where San Juan turns into 156.
Okay.
So all of that expansion is included in the scope of work.
If none of those changes were made at the Planning Commission or suggested by Carol Lenore and brought here and adopted by the council, because we didn't have to adopt them, right? Is
No.
it true that we would be done with the general plan at this point?
We would be relatively close to being done, likely in the next council meeting or maybe in the early December.
So pretty much the process was done. It went to the Planning Commission. Carol Lenore drew the sphere of influence, changed it with the support of the, not everybody, but the majority of the commissioners. Me and Casey was the audience there. And then the city council adopted those changes. And now we're going to be out a whole nother year and we're going to spend almost $800,000 more to make those changes.
That is a correct statement. This is an amendment required to make the changes.
Who's
suggested by
paying
the
for
council.
that?
It would be the city council authorizing the supplemental appropriation.
And who's paying for that? Where's that money coming from?
It would be coming from the general fund.
So tax-paying citizens are paying for those changes to allow for more development. And is it true that the Lee of subdivisions is going to be included in that new sphere of influence that Mayor Mia Casey's planning commissioner, Carol Lenore, drew?
Is Lands of Lee one, is it contiguous with Fairview? Yes, then yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So, when do we anticipate, if council approves this moving forward, that we're gonna be done?
The current timeline as proposed and provided in your staff report is a September timeline or a November timeline next year. I have to look, there was something that required a change. I think it was if we do not do an administrative draft review of the EIR. So instead of coming, it would come to staff, we'd make our comments and we wouldn't see the final draft again. It would just be released. That puts us at a September adoption on a very tight timeline, or if we see that EIR twice, puts us at November.
And Ava, could I just clarify on that? Because I don't want the council to misunderstand. Staff does review all our work quite meticulously. That staff review time and us responding to those comments is included. The difference between the September deadline and this November deadline is that for some clients, we provide a second draft so that staff can check that we made all the edits that staff asked for. To date, as we've worked on this project, we have not found that those second drafts, we call them a screen check draft, we found that those were not really necessary for this project. So we suggested that we could shave a total of 2 months off by eliminating a couple different times when staff would provide that second review. And staff seems at least preliminarily comfortable with that. But I want to make sure the council understands that staff does have time budgeted. The schedule has time budgeted for a full staff review of every item that you're going to be receiving.
Thank you. And so with this approximate $750,000 addition in cost, what are we all in at, and how long has this project been going on?
The project was initiated in February of 2020. And then I believe it was about 1.3 million, the original contract. So this would put us close to 2.
All in at about $2 million.
I believe so.
Thank you. final question is, with the additional areas that we're talking about bringing into the sphere of influence, how does the city potentially benefit from that action?
The city's sphere of influence is the area where it plans to grow. So it's an area where you'd be looking at annexing lands as drafted in the general plan. There's going to be specific planning required for these areas prior to development. That's the direction of the council and direction of the general plan so far. So the benefit to planning, as a planner, I'm a little biased, but I think it's a benefit. But as to the sphere expansion itself, I don't know that there's necessarily a benefit or a detraction. It's just an area where the city can plan for growth in a different way.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. No, Vice Mayor, any questions? No. So question about the sphere of influence, following up on what Councilmember Burns said, it's my understanding that when county builds in a sphere of influence area, don't they have to, because there's the potential for annexation, they have to build to city standards, don't they? Is that part of it? I mean,
they're supposed to.
Yeah, I mean, because when they build in the county, it's much more lax standards than what we require in the city, is it not?
I mean, in some ways, yes. I would say generally counties are more lax than cities, but
So, okay, that's my only question on that one. All right, so why don't we go to public comment then? And how many speakers do we have for public comment?
We currently have 16.
How many?
16.
16. So in keeping it to a half hour, because we have a full schedule, we're going to do 2 minutes per person.
Yeah, a lot of people have left. Can we take like a raise of hands? Is that okay?
Raise your hands if you're on the.
I have 16 speaker cards.
You have 16 speaker cards, but we don't know if some people left. 2, 3,
yes.
4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You know what? Let's just keep it at 3 minutes. All right, let's go ahead.
The first speaker is Mary Grimm, to be followed by John Robles with an S.
Mayor Casey and council members, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Mary Grimm. I'm a resident of Hollister. I really want to come before you and give you just kudos, but I have to come and speak my mind because that's my right as a citizen here in Hollister, right? I'm opposed to spending $762,822 of taxpayers' money for changing the general plan to accommodate developers and adding thousands of more homes while reducing the amount of affordable housing in this community. According to research I've done, the average cost of a home to buy in Hollister is about $758,000. The cost of housing here is 56% to 80% above the national average. By contrast, for an existing single-family home at California's median price of $830,620, not much higher than Hollister really, buyers in the second quarter of 2023 needed a minimum annual income of $208,000 to qualify for a 30-year mortgage after a 20% down payment. Loans on condos and townhouses with a median price of $640,000 required a minimum of $160,400 income. California homes are so pricey that only 16% of the state's residents can afford to buy one, and it's only getting worse. That was from an article from John Gittleson and Bloomberg, August 11th, 2023. In comparison, Hollister is almost keeping up with the state's median and averages for housing. The median household income for Hollister is $87,761, not a salary that can afford to buy a home in the city. And I found that census.gov for 2021. Median rent is between $2,600 and $3,200 a month. So reducing the number of affordable housing units in Hollister is unconscionable, and paying PlaceWorks Incorporated or any company to revise the general plan to increase the number of unaffordable housing is unacceptable. Moreover, the increased infrastructure cost to the current taxpayers will be hugely burdensome, while most likely giving developers tax breaks and cost breaks. Your lack of concern for all of the residents in this community is breathtaking. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is John Robles, followed by Larry Rebecki.
Hello again, council members. I'm going to start out by saying this is absolute rubbish, what you're proposing here with respect to updating the general plan. It just, these changes basically solidifies the notion that taxpayer dollars are being spent in such a manner that it clearly shows that this is solely about pandering to developers. There's no other way to see this that is logical. There's no need to spend nearly $800,000 on a general plan that has already been completed largely. When I consider the circumstances, the timing of this, and all things said tonight with regards to the sewer and so forth, this smells of quid pro quo, in my opinion. That's about all I have. One last thing. I do have a beef with the Planning Commission. That'll be saved for another day. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Larry Rebecki, to be followed by Joseph Howard.
Good evening, council members. I really agree with Mrs. Grimm. She said it all, but I'm going to kind of be a little redundant. But I'd like to add that I was on the group that did the general plan, put a lot of hours in, and it was during COVID, so most of it was done by Zoom. And I don't understand why it costs so much to make a few modifications. To me, it's a ripoff. And I'm sorry, David, if you're still there. It doesn't make sense. It's a lot of money. I'm going to say three things, make 3 points here. It's the developers who want the city of Hollister to rewrite the Hollister general plan in order to build thousands of houses along Buena Vista, Fairview, and Union Road. And those roads are congested already. Open your eyes. You're working for the residents of Hollister, not the developers. And the second thing I want to say, you're suggesting to reduce the affordable housing from 20% to 15%. And I heard a developer earlier say they're going to do 5%. So what the hell's going on here? What's going on? The residents are the ones that are paying the price. The developers are reaping the benefits. And the third thing I want to say, that who's going to pay this cost? $800,000. That's a lot of money. We've already done the general plan. Now we're going to go back and do it again? This is crazy. Who are the city council members working for? That's the bottom line. Are you working for the developers or are you working for the residents of the city? Sounds like we have a lot of carpetbaggers here rather than city councilmen. You're not taking care of your constituents. Sorry.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Joseph Howard, to be followed by Fallon Grieg. Okay, to be followed by Shelley Geisler. Okay, to be followed by Pete Munoz Cowan. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I just want to take a look around the room real quick, and maybe I don't remember their faces, but I don't really see the developers anymore. It's kind of weird that they have an interest in this, as do we, and yet one of us really, it seems like a couple of us only care to stay. I just want to let you know that young people are the future of this town. I'm sure you guys have forgotten by now that young people still exist. They didn't just grow old with you guys, that we still are around. They're the future of any society at any scale. And in this economy, we also happen to be the poorer people. We need affordable housing. And so does this town. This town needs young people. So this town needs affordable housing. We are the future. And if you give us a reason to leave, we will. You're charging us about seven. I worked out the math for this. Charge the $800,000 price tag comes out to about $17 per person, not per taxpayer, per person, including that little kid that was there, a couple hours ago. You want to walk up to him and charge him $17 for a couple of words on some paper? What's that about? I mean, really, what is that about? You're taking money to impoverish us, to take lands that isn't yours, to develop on lands that isn't yours. I'm sorry, you guys are Americans. You're not Russians, for Christ's sake. I mean, what went wrong with you people? Resendez actually seems to be the only one who actually knows what he's doing. You guys want to know what to do about this? Ask him, because at least he's pitching. Right or wrong, at least he's trying. I mean, for God's sakes, at least he's trying. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure I just shot down I just basically blew up any hopes at all I had for the Sergeant Corey thing that I didn't talk about earlier. But for Christ's sakes, this is just enough. Remember the guy with the sign that wasn't getting pictured? He talked about how it took him about a half an hour to figure out who was who around here. Yeah, it kind of took me about the same time too, maybe a little bit less, but I'm young, so like these things kind of move faster for me. So I know who's who. It's not at all. It is not at all difficult, and I want to make sure you guys remember that you have an election coming up in less than a year. And personally, I'm going to pat myself on the back a little bit here. I have a way of finding the truth and democratizing information across vast geographical distances in a very short amount of time. In the last 3 weeks or so, I got about 150 signatures to say no to Juristak, whatever. That only took 3 weeks, and I just walked up to people and said, "Take this flyer." They take the flyer, they sign it. It's very fast, very efficient. Actually, quite frankly, I'm a little surprised I got the results that I did. I mean, I did not expect that to be so quick. So again, I mean, heed my advice, because pretty soon, if you give us all a reason to leave, we'll be gone, and our smiling faces, you won't see them. All you'll have left is the memory of our faces. You won't actually have us. You'll just have the memory. And what's that going to be? Forgotten.
The next public speaker is Pete Munoz-Cowan, followed by Bella Rosales. Okay. Bella Rosales, followed by Sam Ramos.
Hi, Council. Again, my name is Bea Rosales. I believe that if amendments will be made to the general plan, those amendments should be to slow the growth with alleviating the horrendous traffic in mind, and more generally with us in mind. The amendments that have been proposed recently do not reflect the needs of our city, and I wonder when the decisions you make will finally be for the good of the city you serve. Councilmember Resendez has been a great advocate. He cannot make the changes he envisions when the rest of the council prevents him from doing so at every turn. Please do better. With the general plan, you have the ability to do so, but instead you've been doing the opposite. Please do better. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Sam Ramos, followed by Jasmine Rosales.
My name is Samuel Ramos, y ya saben quién soy. You know who I am. And, I don't understand this rewriting the general plan and the $800,000 that it's going to cost the taxpayers. That doesn't make any sense. But I want to tell you a story. I already told it to you. My friend Luis, whom I worked with in the fields with a short handle hoe, he bought a house. And now, the California dream is becoming a nightmare. And the people that are making the decisions or going that route, And I'll tell you another story. I met a young man, and this guy is white. He's Anglo, a really nice gentleman, but he's been broken. And he told me, you know what? I'll never be able to buy a house. And I thought, oh man, that broke my heart. Because if this guy who's privileged in a way, has that attitude, what's going to happen to the black and the brown, What's going to happen to us, our people? And this gentleman that told you that the high school students are listening to the city council and that they're interested on what's going on, and we should be working in harmony, which means you should be listening to your constituency, and this is not happening. And this is real sad, because before 1 million people used to leave California and 1 million people used to come in. Now 1 million people are living like by a year and they're not coming back. And they're not being replenished. So we're losing it, man. And I don't know, but you've got a lot of power to make things much better. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Jasmine Rosales, followed by Andy Shaw-Corin.
Thank you again for the opportunity to speak. I am once again asking you that you think about your choices and how they will affect Hollister residents' quality of life. Some of the current suggested general plan changes will severely impact the community, especially the low-income Latino population, the community I am a part of. The increased traffic from the mass development would take residents away from the minimal time they get to spend with their families. Several Hollister residents working out of town are forced to leave at 4:30 a.m. to get to work on time and don't return until after 7 p.m. The amendment to build thousands more houses would significantly worsen the problem. Not only that, but the rewrite would include the reduction of affordable housing from 20 to 15%. With this change, it would make it even harder for the community members to find housing they can afford. You all spoke about affordable housing today. You said that you understand the issue and the severity. If you truly believe this is a problem, you would vote against the general plan rewrite that decreases the affordable housing percentage. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Andy Shaw-Corin, to be followed by Mary Shaw-Corin.
Yeah, so why do we need to rewrite a general plan that's already been completed? Because it wasn't enough of a paradise for developers. That's why it was directed to the Planning Commission to redo this thing. It wasn't a big enough utopia. They didn't have the door wide enough open for their developments. I came out to California when I was 18 years old from New York. My grandfather was in the numbers racket, so he knew the mafiosa. And they used to say the difference between an honest politician and a dishonest politician is an honest politician stays bought. And that's really what most people in this county are seeing with politicians right now, is they know that you're not representing them. They know that you're representing the people that backed your campaigns, that put you in office, and you're delivering. So by that criteria, you'd be honest politicians, because you do deliver to the folks you made your promises to. And everybody knows it, everybody sees it, and everybody sees the consequences of delivering to developers and not delivering to the people. Every week, the traffic gets worse. Every week, people ask themselves, why am I still living here? I'm fortunate, as I said, I don't live in Hollister. I have lots of friends come here. I have to now plan. It used to take me 20 minutes from my house near the Red Barn on the far west end of the county to visit my friends, the Rebeckis. Now, often it can take me an hour and 30 minutes to come over. And it's getting worse and worse and worse with each of your decisions. So you amend the general plan and you try to use the excuse that somehow somebody's making you do this housing. These are areas that are outside of the city. The city has requirements. Yes, you're on the list that has to meet certain standards. You're trying to grow your city bigger. That's not going to help you meet your standards. You're just then going to have a bigger city, and then you're going to say, now we have to build even more. So you're setting in motion a process that just will continue and continue. Just like I said before, that's what a tumor is. That's what cancer does. Growth without control. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Mary Shaw-Corin, to be followed by Julio Rodriguez.
Thank you for the opportunity. I just want to, there were so many great points, but I wanted to reiterate what I was originally going to say, which is that the state does not require you to be expanding the city. You're supposed to be building housing in the city. So that was a really a weak excuse of Mayor Mace Casey. To say that this state is making us do this. They do want you to build more housing, probably more affordable housing, but all of this development, in fact, everything in that sphere of influence, the expansion is in the county. And I think the excuse that your standards are higher than the counties, that the city Hollister has higher standards, and that's the reason you should be building out there. That's a pretty weak excuse. It's really to benefit the developers. In fact, other people have already said that indirectly, but I'd like to say it very directly. This is a general plan for the developers. This is the developer's general plan. The one that was written earlier, which Mr. Rebecki and many other citizens participated in, that was the people's general plan. So I think we should go on the record that this city council is now voting for a rewrite of the general plan for the benefit of the developers. However, the irony is that you're making the citizens pay for it. I think that's pretty inexcusable, really outrageous. So I think that, you should just admit it, that this is the developer's general plan and it's for their profit. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Julio Rodriguez, followed by Willis Pack.
Hello. First, I just want to start off with a quote. This is from William and Fulton and Paul Shigley, renowned planning authors. When we are expanding the sphere of influence, let's not act like this isn't political. Land use is inherently political. This goes back to our founding fathers with private property. And let me read this. As with incorporation, the creation of a sphere of influence might seem to be a technical and non-political decision that simply acknowledges likely future development patterns. In fact, sphere decisions are highly political. Some landowners and developers will lobby the LAFCO to be included in the city's sphere. Others will lobby to be left out. And because developers are major contributors to both city and county elections campaigns, the city and county officials who sit on LAFCO will often try to accommodate the developers. So this isn't like we are making this political. Like, why is this happening? We're trying to atomize this to a technical process and then say, oh, it's just something we have to do. No. This is political. Renowned authors are saying this is political. You guys be my guest, look it up. And I kind of have a bone to pick here because Mayor Mia Casey, when I ran in 2020, you had said the county, you had said time and time again that the state is forcing the hand to grow. SB 330, you attacked Colin Kosmicki and myself. With that being said, what this is, by expanding the sphere of influence, you force the city then to annex those properties. And then guess what? We don't have a choice. The county does have a choice. So this is simply put it, you guys got smart. Congratulations. Now you're trying to annex or expand the sphere of influence. Oh, we're just expanding the sphere of influence. Once it's annexed, you're right. You are 100% right. We don't have a choice at that point. We absolutely do have a choice right now. You're putting us in a predicament where we are going to literally have no choice. Let's see, what else on my notes here? Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, I really urge, well, I think that's that. I think you guys have made up your decision. Mr. Burns, I guess I speak directly to you. I really urge you to know this is a pretext to force our hand later on for further development. I would check with council on that, but thank you.
The next public speaker is Willis Pack, followed by John Roble.
Just a few quick observations. I'm speaking in support of this appropriation. I think it makes a big difference. I believe that the process leading to the creation of the current draft general plan was with extreme limitation to participation. I and a number of others tried very hard to participate in that. I attended one Zoom meeting and never heard anything back again. Signed up on every single thing. Never heard another email. Never was offered an opportunity to be selected for the committee. And hence, you know, this all popped up again about a year ago, and I've been participating ever since. I see this as an opportunity for the city to enact a legal general plan. Among other things, there is downzoning in the draft. There are some other takings issues in the draft. It also allows the city to control, to some degree, the development and the nature, the location, and the rate of development. It seems that's appropriate for a city to handle development of city properties. Developments hodgepodge outside are not really in control. They happen as they arise, and each one is independent and lacks any sense of foresight. It's a reaction on the part of the government. In this case, it would be the county reacting to an application, an effort to develop this place or this other place, unconnected, space all over the place, everything like that. One other concept, I support Mia Casey's description of why we want it to be legal. The state doesn't require us to develop houses or build houses. It requires us to limit the restrictions on growth to enable that to happen. If the economics are as described, and they're pretty dire, there's got to be a limit somewhere to the number of $800,000 houses that will be built. Now, the city isn't building the houses. So in that case, maybe there will be a limit, and it will be a real limit, and that real limit will be the economic uptake of new housing.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Beck.
The next public speaker is John Roble, followed by Maureen Nelson.
Mayor Casey, City Council, I'm John Roble. And yeah, housing in Hollister. Why are we considering many of the developments that are being looked at without new jobs? How are we going to deal with the traffic that we already have and increase the amount of people that are trying to get to some work somewhere if we don't have jobs for those people? Where are those jobs going to come from? And when are we going to make that happen? That's the key to dealing with the traffic. The whole traffic situation. Have we considered global warming? We put these people on the streets and they sit in their cars for hours with their engines running, creating greenhouse gases. Is this contributing anything to our larger environment? I don't think very much. Our view shed. As we come and go into and out of Hollister, many of us drive on Fairview. We now see houses all on the east side of Fairview. We now see walls on the west side of Fairview. That used to be kind of a nice view as you drove along Fairview and you look down into Hollister. You can see the community and what have you. Not anymore. You see just a wall. You drive around Hollister, many of the developments that have happened in the last few years, walls everywhere. Is this a friendly community that you want to live in? It's not the community that I moved into. There was orchards interspersed around town. There were orchards on the west side of town. There was cattle grazing on the east side of town. None of that is visible anymore. Down around Park Hill, There used to be a nice view of the grass over there and it was kind of a natural environment. It was comfortable. Now what is it? Houses on the skyline. None of this is included in the general plan that I see. I know that there is a environmental view, but I know there was one in the previous general plan as well. Did we deal with it? I don't think so. Yes and no. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is Maureen Nelson, to be followed by Peter Hernandez.
Is it good evening or good morning? Here I am again. So it finally dawned on me that this is just a ball of wax. Everything that we've gone over tonight just is feeding on each other. So what I want to talk about here, and it all ties in, let's go back to the sewage. If you choose not to bathe or shower, putting on perfume doesn't take the stench away. It only makes it worse. So that's what we're doing. We're just putting perfume on a sewage plant and saying it'll be okay. Let's take in some more. We can handle it. We'll put additives into it. It'll make it okay. I don't think so. I earlier said if you build it, they will come. And we're not in a field of dreams. It is so apropos still. Here we are talking again about changing a general plan that had already been developed. We're talking about annexing county land into the city so that we can continue to build houses and expand. So now we've just solved our issue about whether or not we get into the sewer system because we just put that property into the city sewer system. Wow, that was quick. That was easy. We just took care of Gavilan College. We just took care of Lands Lee. Now the city. Please leave the county lands, county, leave them open, leave them wild. Where there are developments, there are developments. Build within the city, create jobs, create opportunities. Stop extending your sphere of influence. You are not the influence makers for the county. You are the city. Remember our roles. We all have roles in life. I also think that it's funny how we just heard tonight from this board and this mayor that we need more affordable housing. We heard that on this dais. Yet we're cutting the affordable housing numbers down. People can't afford to live in this county and in this city. You've heard that the minimum wage is above $100,000. That's not the minimum wages that are found when you look at our registry. People are struggling and we're only going to make it worse. Let's think about the people we're serving and serve them well. I know you can do it. Live up to our expectations.
The next public speaker is Peter Hernandez.
Mayor, City Council, I wasn't planning on speaking, but I had a lot of reflecting to do when I was sitting back here for a handful of hours. I just wanted to share a little bit as a prior elected public servant. I took my role very, very seriously. And when I think about this issue, it really is near and dear to my heart because one of the things that I used to espouse on that Board of Supervisors dais was the fact that we were losing our local control, our inability to manage our own resources. The reality of it is your problem are only going to get worse. I hate to say it, because of the reality that we have a supermajority in our state that literally believes in a top-down system. There's lack of ability to manage our own resources. Granted, housing is the big mandate. I still remember to the day Robert Rivas, Assembly Member Robert Rivas, basically pounding the podium, basically ultimately telling us that we had to grow. And I think the City Council at one point in time had set a local control ordinance. They basically were trying to set restrictions on housing, and ultimately the threat was if we violate that we would ultimately get fined and sued, and we would potentially lose grant funding. So I just want you to think of two things. One is local control, right? What does that even mean to us? If we can't manage our own general plan, which is a stabilizing document, we by default lose our ability to manage our own resources. Then two is gentrification. I'm seeing this happen before my eyes. We're having folks coming from Santa Clara, and God bless them. I'm not saying we don't want to have people, and I do believe that there should be a managed growth, but that means that you're still controlling every facet of it. Given the fact that you can have the resources when it comes to your roads, your sewer system, the water, all the things necessary. When those things are happening at a steady pace, then you can by default be able to offset with maybe further growth. But that also means that you're also controlling what kind of growth you want to have. If we're not careful, right, 60% of our workforce comes from Santa Clara. That's where the dollars are. They're tipping the scales of affordability. Those that live here can't afford to live here anymore. They get priced out once they're locked into their incomes because they retire. They have to move out. What does that mean? The landscape of our community completely changes. So ultimately what you end up seeing is affordability is out the window. It really becomes oxymoronic to even talk about low income housing, because low income by default becomes relative, because then as people's incomes increase from those folks that are moving into this community, those folks at the bottom end are actually even lower in income. And then you're just playing catch up with what these numbers are. So at the end of the day, if you want to stabilize your community, I do believe, and I'm not saying you should violate the law, but I am saying you should be inviting the legislators of the state, your assembly members, your state senators, to talk about why they're taking your ability to manage your own resources, and why ultimately it's all it's doing is dividing the community. And you are the one that's going to end up getting the blame for, even by saying that you're going to support the laws that they themselves are doing to ultimately destroying our local community and the beauty of our backyard, right? It makes it harder for you to figure out how to come up with solutions, because you allow basically this change to happen outside of your ability to manage.
Thank you.
Those are all the public comments for this item.
Okay. Do we have further deliberation? Councilmember Resendez, anything to add?
Thank you. Again, I know it's late. I just want to say thank you all again for being here, the public for being here. I don't want to add too much to what you already said. You guys said it best. I appreciate it. A couple of quick reminders. What is the definition of expanding the sphere of influence? Again, it's to plan for the city area to growth. You're paying for it at your tax dollars. I think somebody said, admit it. Let's put it on the record. You are creating a general plan that is not for the public, was already done, and you're going to have to own that. You're making a developer general plan, not the people's general plan. So that's that. I don't think that's smart, Julio. I don't know where you at. I don't think that's smart at all. When we tell people lies and then we do something entirely different. But that's what it is. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So I do have a couple follow-up questions to staff.
Sure.
I know that this council 2 years ago voted to have a affordable inclusionary housing percentage of 20%.
Correct.
As I recall, just recently, we decided to reduce that to 15%. And it was my understanding that anything above 15% would have to, would be challenged potentially by the state. I don't even know what the right word is, but it would put the city at risk. Is there conversation about that? Did I get that right?
So any inclusionary ordinance above 15% requires a feasibility analysis to be prepared, and the state can, it is not required that we send it to the state as like an obligation of adopting, but the state can and likely would be compelled to request that financial feasibility analysis for their review.
Thank you.
That is all.
Yeah, that's perfect. So now, is there a way, what we heard tonight in the presentation is if we approve staff's recommendation based on council's direction in the past, we're going to kick this can down the road, sounds like a year, give or take a little. And so in the meantime, is there a way for us to move forward with finalizing the affordability inclusionary housing, whether it be 15 or 20% prior to this?
Yes, the inclusionary housing ordinance, while being prepared by PlaceWorks, is a separate item. It's being reviewed separately. We're hoping to have that back to you soon.
Thank you.
Based on direction, but it is separate and is planned to be approved.
Okay,
before
I can't speak for the council, but it certainly is high on my priority list. We've already seen tonight the challenge with the one development that came forward, and fortunately the developer was willing to adjust on the fly. And well, 10 isn't 15, 10 isn't 20, 20 or 10 is definitely double 5. Yeah, old school math still works. And so I do want to move forward with that. So if this council decided to tap the brakes on the changes that are proposed, again, you're only doing what this council has asked. Are those things that could be done at another time?
Are you asking if the amendments could be re-reviewed? Yes, the general plan is ultimately the council's decision to adopt, and the policies within it are purely your policies.
And so we could bring it back, assuming the general, as I heard you say, the general plan would be done in 1 to 2 months if we weren't doing this. Is that correct?
Yes, we would need to complete the final EIR. I believe there's a public review period for that, but we could likely bring back the draft general plan and the final EIR in a few months from now if the direction was to move forward with the document as drafted.
And just so I'm really clear, if at some point we want to increase our sphere of influence, we could do that pretty much at any time moving forward. However, would that also require a 4/5 vote of the council?
Yes, a sphere of influence amendment would be a general plan amendment now or in the future.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I will say, I just don't have the appetite to spend $750,000. I don't have the appetite to kick this down the road further. I think we could finalize this. I want that affordable housing, inclusionary housing done. And so for me, I can't support this going forward. But I also want to say that's absolutely no reflection on you or staff. You did exactly what I voted and asked for you to do. And so thank you for a great presentation. You've made it very clear to me. And so I feel very comfortable saying thank you, but no thank you at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Perez, comments?
So what, if we can move forward and not have this slow us down and still end up with the same result, why wasn't it brought up before?
So,
excuse me, can you, please? I can't hear.
Speak to that and try and clarify.
sure.
This is David Early. I'm the remote, obviously. I do want to clarify in terms of Councilmember Burns' questions that if you want to make a large scale change to your sphere on 3 or 4 sides of the city, I think your costs to do that and the time involved in doing it are possibly going to be even greater in the future than they are today. You can clearly make one or two changes to the sphere. You can do them piecemeal through proposed general plan amendments. You could then have developers pay for them. That would be another way to do it. You are limited to 4 general plan amendments per year, but you could also bundle them if you wanted to do that. But I am trying to answer Councilmember Perez's question, which just came up, which is that if it is the will of the council to make what I would consider quite significant changes from the current draft to what I'll call the new draft, the thing that we were planning to start work on tomorrow, I doubt you can save money by doing it later. And I doubt you can save time by doing it later. If, on the other hand, your goal is to get a good, solid general plan in place and to have that done, that is what you have already as a draft, and you could make individual changes to individual parcels moving forward, or you could decide if you're feeling, say, in 1 or 2 years, you're feeling like you need to expand the sphere or create additional development capacity, you could do a new general plan update or amendment then. So, but I do want to just be clear in terms of Councilmember Perez's question. The reason we didn't tell you in September that you have an option to just keep the general plan as drafted is that I thought that was clear, that of course you can keep it as drafted, you can then amend it later, but if the thing you want to adopt is a very different thing from the thing that you have before you in the current draft, then what we're proposing to do, we believe, is probably the most expeditious way to do it. I hope that answers both Councilmember Perez's question and speaks to Councilmember Burns.
It did. There was some confusion going on there, and I'm willing to move forward with this.
Thank you for that explanation. I think it is very costly. That was one of my main concerns is the cost of the project. But after hearing you speak that if we wait, it's going to be even more money and it's going to be a lot longer period of time, plus we only have 4 amendments a year, I rather just move forward with staff's recommendation right now as it's written.
But could I speak to that as well? Because I don't want to have given a false impression. Obviously, the cheapest thing to do is to move forward with the draft that you have today. And it would also be less expensive for you and perhaps cost you zero if future general plan amendments had to be made through payment by developers, which is common for an individual general plan amendment throughout the state. A developer pays to process that. So, and although there is a limit of 4 general plan amendments per year, it's also very common to bundle those. Staff could create a system by which, if general plan amendments are desired, there might be an annual or semi-annual process by which developers would propose them. The council would give preliminary directions as to which ones to include. You would then collect funds to pay for those amendments, and you could do the amendment once or twice a year and meet the state law on that. So I don't want any confusion. The least expensive option for you and the most time efficient would be to simply move forward with the draft that you have in place. And having said the other thing, that a wholesale change from what you have, I do think that this is the most cost-effective way to do it, but an even more cost-effective way to do it would be to keep the draft as it is in place. And if you wanted to allow for amendments in the future, you could do them one at a time or in small batches and have the development community pay for the individual amendments that they were hoping to do.
Okay. All right. So a couple of things. One is, yeah, the price did surprise me, particularly given the amount of money we've already spent on the general plan. And I'm surprised that changes to a general plan are not built in, at least portions of it. So I'm a little surprised at the cost. That said, one of the things that concerns me and concerned me about the general plan, we did have I did go to the planning commission. I sat in the back of the room, said nothing. I just listened. There were a number of farmers who came in, and we heard some of them on September 11th. Some of the things that are being put into the general plan are downzoning of their properties from their what do you call it, low residential. They're downzoning it to agricultural. And I have a question about the legality of that, because we've talked about, the affected areas and whether you can downzone, but also listening to them talk about what it does to them to even be able to farm, because when you change their zoning and create it and say you're agricultural now, you're lowering the value of their property. They can no longer finance when they're trying to do their farming. They have to do loans and finance. It affects them. And so I think you can't forget about them and just say, oh, we just don't want this. It's, the farmers came in, and there were quite a few of them at the planning commission who talked about the impacts to them. So I don't want to forget about them. I mean, I listened to the planning commission. It was not just Carol Lenore. The majority of the planning commission, they asked questions, they talked to the farmers, they talked to the different folks that came in to speak. So I don't want to just ignore what the planning commission's recommendations were. I think they're valuable. I think there are some issues with the general plan as it stands now, concerns that I have. So, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I'm a little concerned too, because we talked about what amount of time it would take back in September, and we were told 7 months, and, we would have something, and now we're being told next fall or whenever. So all of that's a little concerning. I don't know if there's a way to shorten the time frame if we make these changes. Can we do a combined planning and council meeting instead of doing 2 separate meetings? I mean, are there things that we can do to shorten that time frame so it's not another year down the road?
Mayor Casey, this is a very tight timeline. Potentially a joint meeting, although I will say that it's been difficult to schedule some of those. We have some of those planned for housing elements. So one thing, and I believe it was in my staff report, and forgive me if it wasn't, but this does assume a special planning commission meeting. So it is a tight timeline in this draft scope. I really don't know that there's a way. Staff can do our best to turn around reports, reviews, but that has been some of the delay in the current draft, just is staff's opportunity to really. David mentioned earlier, your staff read every word of this general plan and gave David and his team many a comment. So we had to lock ourselves away on Fridays. So,
Mayor,
yeah.
if I may interrupt Eva, she's being very humble. They do spend a tremendous amount of time working on that. And so too, I would not feel comfortable committing to shaving time off of their review because throughout the process, new items come up that they're going to work on via consensus that we're bringing back. So it's hard for me to predict that they will have that time available as well.
No, I was looking more at the meetings and combining them rather than doing separate ones a month apart or whatever. But that's fine. So I don't have any further.
Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion if I can, please.
All right, go ahead.
I move that we deny resolution number 2023-2022. Nope, that's not it. What is it, Eva?
I believe it is 224.
224, that we deny that motion. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and second it. I'm just really concerned if we could have others pay for that $750,000 or whatever that is. So on the financial piece alone, I'm gonna vote no. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. All right.
Madam Mayor,
Yes. So,
I'm going to request that we have a roll call vote, but I just want to state what he said, what the presenter said. We can have the developers pay this. We don't have to have the tax-paying citizens pay it.
Excuse me, he already voted. I'd like.
We're
for
having a
just to see-
discussion and I have that right. Do I not?
Are we
City Attorney?
discussing, are we discussing now?
he's still got the
Okay.
floor, so let's
Thank
let
you.
him finish.
Okay, go on.
That is a very valid point to make. I urge you to vote with us and we can do this and we can piece it together later on, but not at the cost of the taxpaying citizens. Thank you.
Can we get a roll call?
No, no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're not done.
Go ahead.
So I think, Mayor, you brought up an excellent point that I'm tired, so I forgot. We did have not only at the planning commission, but the day of the hearing here with the city, we've had many people come and say, this is not the plan that would benefit their best interest. So the community, other than, one or two groups, came forward, and our farm workers, people that feed our entire country, came forward and said, this is not a benefit to us. And so I think to put a narrative that is false and not hear the people that it's impacting, not only that they can't farm because they're too close to the city, but also that they can't do what they need to do with their land. And I thought that was, thank you for the reminder, because while the cost is high, we also have to serve our community and residents. And whether we can do this or not moving forward, this is something that we have to move forward with in terms of the timeliness and the completeness of the entire study.
They're county residents. Don't charge the city residents for the
Out of order
county.
I don't
again?
think you have the
I don't-
floor, sir. Are you?
I know, yeah, when he's got the floor, he wants to be quiet. Everyone
Vice
be
Mayor,
quiet.
are you finished with your Councilmember Perez? You were going to speak.
I don't need to speak.
Okay.
I just need to vote.
All right, Councilmember Burns.
Thank you. Might as well have a robust conversation. Maybe we get into the midnight hour here. So
Yeah.
if the lights go dark, you can blame me. So I've heard what the mayor and the vice mayor said, and I don't necessarily disagree. But I also heard the consultant and I heard city staff talk about how we could do 4 general plan amendments per year and they can be bundled. And that works quite effectively. And in those cases that the mayor and the vice mayor are talking about, I don't necessarily know that they would have to bear all the costs to move those projects forward. Matter of fact, I don't know that we'd have to charge them at all if it was the will of the council not to. We have the ability to waive fees, do we not?
You do.
Thank you. So again, $750,000, a lot of money. And if we can pass some of it off to those that are going to benefit from development, so be it. It's the cost of doing business, and still be kind and caring to those that don't have the ability and they're farming. And we can defer the cost. I have a huge appetite for that. I will just say that. And so, that was no pun, but it turned out to be one. And so anyway, I'm going to be quiet now, and you already know how I feel. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Mayor.
I think while the concept is great, I think in theory, I think in terms of application, we heard from the consultant, David, that we were going to have something in 7 months. We heard from our planning department that now it's going to be another year. So while we may think, and again, in theory, it may sound wonderful, in my time here in city council,
Nothing.
in terms of from an operation and implementation perspective, that doesn't pan out the way that it's presented to us. Not only in this situation, but I can go back and point to a lot of things, and actually we have an entire spreadsheet that I can point to. So while in theory, I think that's a great idea, I think if we don't do this now, then we're gonna be talking about this for many years to come, which is also unacceptable.
Yeah, I see both sides. I mean, I do think it's a lot of money, I understand, and your appetite changes on every 5 minutes, right? And sometimes you have an appetite, sometimes you do not. I am concerned. We don't have those same folks here that felt like they had been heard and that we were going to make the adjustments, especially, I just think that it's unfortunate that we couldn't have had them here tonight to talk again about it, because I felt their conversation was really important to, it's not just about, growth, it's about how we impact other people's lives by saying, we're going to downzone your property. We're going to take the value away from your property. That's called a taking. That's not really legal. And it's very concerning that some of the things that were thrown into the general plan didn't take our farmers into consideration. I don't feel like there was a lot of good engagement with them, and I saw a lot of it at the Planning Commission. So I see both sides. I see the idea of bringing it back, but I just feel like what Vice Mayor said is we're kicking the can down the road. It may or may not ever happen. People who thought that, they were being listened to are now not. So, and we'll have to come back and fight some more about it. It's troubling to me. There were a lot of things in the general plan I was concerned about that I felt had a very single-minded view about Hollister. There wasn't a broad perspective. And because of the pandemic, because of the Zoom only and not a lot of community meetings took place, I don't feel like we really had a lot of engagement from a broad group. I know we have a very committed group here, and I applaud you for your passion and commitment, but we have a very specific group, but I would have liked to see more from the broader community. So I'm torn about this. I still think moving forward is the best plan. Otherwise we are just standing still. And it's just not, that's all I have to say. So.
Roll call vote, Madam Mayor.
City Clerk, would you do the roll call vote?
Councilmember Perez.
Can we,
This is to deny resolution 2023-224. So this is the placement contract.
so you want to deny this?
That's the motion by
That's the
Councilmember
motion.
Resendez and second by Councilmember Burns.
You're gonna have to walk them through this.
No.
Councilmember Resendez.
Excuse me,
No.
this giggling.
Yes.
Is just
Let's just
messing
go
with
through
my
it.
mind, and it's
I know, it's
it's
getting
clogging
late.
my
Let's-
mind.
let's
It's been
finish.
irritating all night, and it's we have a code of conduct.
Madam Mayor.
Excuse me, I am
We do have a
talking.
code
I
of
have the
conduct.
floor.
We're calling for a vote.
So I am,
Understood.
okay, no, I'm not done talking.
Okay.
This has been going on all night. He's been.
Madam
clapping.
Mayor, get order
Okay.
on your dais, please.
Can we let's stop talking. Let's just do our vote. We have to go through and finish this. I'm sorry. We just got to. We can't keep, let's just do the vote. Where are we at?
Back to my note.
Okay. Councilmember Morales. Councilmember Burns. Mayor Casey.
No.
Motion fails with Councilmembers Resendez and Burns voting yes, and Councilmembers Perez and Morales and Mayor Casey opposing. Thank you.
So City Attorney, where does that leave us then with this motion, this item?
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
That's it? All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Mayor, I'd request that we do a roll call vote again. Thank you.
Okay. City Clerk?
Councilmember Perez.
Yes.
Councilmember Resendez.
No.
Councilmember Morales. Councilmember Burns
No.
and Mayor Casey.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2 with council members Perez, Morales, and Mayor Casey voting yes, and council members Resendez and Burns opposing.
Okay, let's move on then to item 4, a resolution of the city council. of the
Early
City
again,
of
could I
Hall-
just ask Eva if we need any further commentary from the council to confirm the land use map that we're moving forward with?
I don't think we heard anything that would make me think we got land use changes, David, so I think we're good. The direction from September 11th.
Right, so we'll be moving forward with the direction from September 11th. I just want to say that for the record so that there's no, later that everybody's clear that that is the direction we got. Thank you.
All right, so the next item is resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister adopting a policy to defer acceptance and consideration of requests for individual general plan amendments and annexation requests during the Hollister 2040.
Sir?
I'm sorry. Good night. During the Hollister 2040 general plan update and providing direction on all applications currently on file with the planning division. Staff report.
Thank you. Me again. I'll try to be quick. Again, this item is a general plan amendment deferral policy. The council first heard this item at the September 11th study session where we discussed the item. And then the policy was brought before the council at the October 16th, 2023 regular meeting. I believe, Jen, if you could click on, oh, no, we're back there. Okay, thank you. At September 11th, we discussed the effect that individual general plan amendment application requests have on the scope and timeline of the general plan update. This kind of in brief summary talks about changing the environmental baseline. Anytime you change the baseline of the general plan update, you then may have to go back and do a scope amendment like we were reviewing tonight. And then as well, processing those individual requests ahead of the 2040 general plan update would inherently delay the adoption of the update until after the project is complete. The way that environmental documents work, just as a summary, when you're processing 2 at once, one is the baseline for the other, especially on a scale such as a general plan amendment. At the October 16th regular meeting, the council did discuss adoption of a policy deferring processing of these individual general plan amendment requests during the general plan update. There was direction to staff to return with more information on the scope of work that we just heard and the timeline for the GPU, as well as information on applications in process with the city. Now, I have gone over the details of the applications on process as far as their status, so I'll skip that. But the change for this report is the effect of the adoption of this policy on these individual applications and staff's recommendations. So staff is recommending a change, some changes to the policy to make it clearer and direct how they affect these individual applications. So the Hollister Research Campus project is proposed to be agriculture in the general plan update and is planned to follow the general plan update. If we had adopted the policy on October 16th, the processing of this project would have been paused in alignment with the policy. As revised, staff is recommending that the processing continues because this project has been designed from the start. There was a decision on which environmental document went first. This project follows the general plan update. The applicants expended significant funds. They're paying for staff's time to process, and it doesn't have an effect on the general plan update itself by processing it, which was the intent of the policy, is to kind of keep the general plan update moving, not cause further delays to that project. So this project doesn't delay the general plan update. So the policy's been revised to recommend continuing this project, and it'll follow the general plan update whenever that's done. I think we're clicked off again, Jen. Perfect. Thank you. So the second item, this is the pre-zone for Lico and Greco properties, again off San Felipe Road and Burt Drive, just south of the previous project. The status is that it has been merged with that project as far as the scope of environmental work for the research campus project. And so the effect of this policy at the October 16th meeting would be that we would have paused processing our recommended changes to the policy would allow continuance of processing this project, again, because it is already designed, if you will, to follow the general plan update and doesn't have an impact on that project. The third is the San Felipe and Maple project. This is a rezone and general plan amendment to rezone from North Gateway Commercial to mixed use. The previous direction was that it precedes the general plan update. The recommendation is to incorporate that change from North Gateway Commercial to mixed use into the general plan scope amendments that were just adopted. The deferral policy, this would have paused the processing of this application, which again is not submitted yet at this time. Technically would have paused the general plan update as well. Our recommendation is again to incorporate those changes, keep it at mixed use as been directed by the council within the general plan update. The policy itself actually recommends revoking for clarity the separate initiation approval that was ahead of the general plan update. The change will be incorporated into the general plan update, wouldn't have a further effect. The fourth item is an initiation request, again, off of Southside Road. The effect of the deferral policy from October would have been to pause the processing of this. Staff's recommendation for this, and you'll see that it's pretty similar to the remaining four. We're recommending that the council deny the initiation requests due to their effect inherently on the general plan update. All of the land uses and policy direction has been provided by the council and will be incorporated into the scope amendment if there was an amendment to be made. And we are recommending that the council allow a refund for the applicant for the fees paid for the initiation of applications and direct the applicant to reapply for a general plan amendment or pre-zone after the general plan adoption if they so desired. But that is our recommendation. So a denial of the initiation at this time, proceeding with the direction in the general plan update, refunding the applicant and directing them that they could certainly reapply after the general plan is adopted if that is the desire. The next item, the same recommendation, but this is the one off Lad Lane and Union. The processing would have been paused in the previous policy. The recommendation tonight is to deny the initiation, proceed with the direction that's already been provided in the general plan, refund the applicant the fees paid for the initiation, and again, direct them that they could certainly reapply after the general plan update is adopted in line with the policy for new applications for general plan amendments. Fourth one, a reminder again, this is the pre-zone for Joe Tanasha here, just nearby, also in the Union Road area. The recommendations is the same. This applicant has only applied for a pre-zone. It, as proposed, it would require a general plan amendment also to be processed, but this applicant has only paid the one fee, so it's a slightly less refund amount that you'll see there. And same recommendation, deny, proceed with the direction already in the general plan update, refund, and direct them that they could certainly reapply after the general plan is adopted. Finally, the last application we have is also a request for initiation of pre-zone that would require a general plan amendment if it were to proceed. Exact same as the last one. Recommendation to deny, proceed with the direction already provided in the general plan update, refund the applicant, and give them direction that they could reapply. In addition, since the October 16th meeting, it's been brought to our attention that annexation for properties that are currently located within our sphere of influence don't necessarily require a general plan amendment. The current general plan maps do not contain city limits. I cannot tell you why. That's standard practice to have a city limit, sphere of influence, and then obviously your larger planning area in your general plan. Our general plan update has the city limits. This, in theory, won't be a problem in the future. However, annexations do affect the general plan update while they are not inherently a general plan amendment application. They would amend that city limit line on our 2040 general plan maps, as well as any text related to that. And they would have that effect of amending those baseline conditions and potentially causing delays or further costs related to the general plan update. For that reason, staff is recommending that the policy be expanded to not only include general plan amendment requests, but also annexation requests until the general plan update is complete. There is one, oh, I didn't fix my map. There is one application. I will, if you can imagine for me. Do you see the property that is directly across the street from this Lico property? And it's kind of like a little square, and there's some smaller parcels kind of looping it on yeah. So to the north of the smaller properties, this is the Clearest Park property. So I apologize that I put the wrong map on this slide. But this was submitted for initiation back in 2019. It's an annexation request to the industrial zoning district. It is currently located within our sphere. It is currently designated industrial. No change is proposed in the general plan update, so it remains in the sphere, remains industrial, and the project is proposing annexation. Now, the application was submitted back in 2019. However, environmental work has not started. The city has gone out for proposals 4 times for this project over the years. All have been rejected by the applicant, so we haven't actually started that environmental work. So the general plan, again, is not recommending a change, but the effect of the deferral policy would have been to pause the processing. I guess 1016, it would have continued if that's a mistake on my end, but our recommendation is to include annexations to be paused within this policy. So the recommendation for this project is to pause the processing because the applicant hasn't made any strides or expended significant amounts of funds. They paid the application fee back in 2019, but that's all towards processing. And then we would be able to resume processing upon adoption of the general plan update. So it wouldn't withdraw their application, but just pause. So with that stated, our recommendation tonight is to adopt a policy as amended from the 1016 meeting. The policy will defer acceptance and processing of all new general plan amendment and pre-zoning / annexation requests until April 30th, 2024, or until the adoption of the general plan update, whichever occurs first. The policy will permit the processing of the Hollister Research Campus project with the inclusion of the Lico and Greco industrial project. Those are going to be brought for consideration after the ultimate adoption of the general plan update. The policy would defer the processing of pre-zone 2019-1 for the Clearest Park annexation application, as the applicant has not made progress on processing the application to date, and it would defer the processing until the policy is no longer in effect. It would repeal Resolution 2022-218, which authorized the initiation of the San Felipe Maple project rezone ahead of the general plan update, and would instead incorporate those land use changes into our general plan update. And then it would deny all of the pending applications for initiation of general plan amendments and pre-zones that have not yet been authorized by the city council. And it would refund those application fees to the 4 applicants for a total of $12,413.12. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Sure. Do we have any questions? Councilmember Resendez?
Yes, but before we get to that, I think we have to talk about logistics and let the public know in about 8 minutes, potentially, all the lights are going to go off, right? The Zoom's going to go off. We're going to be here in the dark. So I think we should address that.
Yeah, we had the notice for midnight with PG&E. And so what we would want to do is have time to close down and make sure everybody can get out of the building with the power before the power goes off. We don't want to be in a position where the power goes off over
What's
in
our
the middle
will?
of a
When
meeting.
do we want to stop?
Well, if everybody is comfortable when the meeting is over, chatting outside rather than up front, I would say push it to 11:45.
Can I?
Yes.
I don't think we have to stop. I just think that the public needs to know that we're not going to be available on the internet. People that cannot walk, that want to get to their cars and get home should have that opportunity. And we can continue the meeting old school. Like, why not? Yeah, we can have it here like we used to. I mean, what do you think, City Attorney?
I don't know if there's any requirement for you to record under your rules. the meeting? Because that would be one of the issues is the recording ability.
No, there's not a requirement for recording. It's more of just making sure that since it was noticed as being on Zoom, that it would be the assumption that people would be able to participate via Zoom. So. that
So
would be my
under the current laws, that's not a requirement anymore. If we were still under the COVID rules, then yeah, we would have to stop the meeting. But yeah, the risk is on those watching via Zoom.
I just don't think it's fair to the people that have been here all night. And I'm willing to sit here in the dark or wherever and finish the meeting. That's my position.
Councilmember Burns, you had a thought.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd recommend that we continue with this matter and then ask the city manager to prioritize whatever's time sensitive. Certainly, I know that there's money to be saved if the council's will is to approve the PD purchase vehicles, and there's at least one or two other maybe. But then I would recommend that the remaining things that aren't time sensitive be continued to the next council meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. You agree with that, or what's your thoughts? Okay.
I would recommend to pause whatever is not essential and to prioritize the items that absolutely must. I know
Yeah.
that there's some items that are just gonna expire soon, so.
Yeah, the cannabis permit would expire before the next meeting. Chief Reynoso has an item for patrol cars where that bid for the availability of the vehicles would go away. And the parklet discussion would be great. I can make it brief. However, I don't want to shortchange the folks that are here. We did provide it in a staff report, so I can give a very quick staff report because we did publish a staff report that had all the findings of the meeting. There is a request of the way the parklet one was written was a report out on the meeting with some of their feedback that they had provided, and then the following item after was actually parklet signage. And so that is actually a resolution that would be allow the parklets, the folks with parklets, if approved, to have time to get some signage up for the holiday season.
And Mayor Casey, if I may, there's only currently 3 public comments between the 2 parklet items currently.
Why don't we move ahead and then we can.
I have no questions. Thank you for digging in a little bit more deeper. I know it might have been confusing. I supported your recommendation then, and I certainly support it now. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just wondering if under policy will, number one, defer acceptance. It says April 30th. I think we've heard clearly tonight that it's going to be November or beyond. And so I think maybe we just put that out there versus what was proposed. And then just a simple question, I hope. When we're returning this money, are we returning it with whatever interest would necessarily have been accrued? Or are we just giving them a straight refund? Because I would want something plus, given the fact that we may have inconvenienced them and had their money.
The refund is a straight refund. The refund amount is certainly up to the council. If you wanted to adjust that, I don't know that I'd be able to calculate interest for you, but you could refund a different amount if you'd like.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Perez, any questions? Vice Mayor, do you have any questions?
I'm interested in hearing from the public on these matters.
Okay. I just have one question, which is when we had this discussion, I remember us talking about pausing. I don't recall us saying, let's deny the applications. I'm just curious because a lot of these folks have already been just sitting in limbo land on pause for 8 months or more. So why would we need to deny them? Why can't we just leave them on pause or just give them a notice that this won't happen until certification? I mean, it just seems like extra work and,
You certainly could not deny. A staff's recommendation is to
any
deny.
reason to do either?
My recommendation for denial is because processing of an individual general plan amendment ahead of the general plan update will never be my recommendation to you.
But we're not talking about processing them. We're talking about pausing them. You could pause them until after the certification and then they could move forward. Or is there a problem with doing that? That's my question.
Sure. So there isn't necessarily a problem, as has been mentioned, and I can go back through. Some are recommending changes to our current general plan that would be in line with the general plan update. So they may be moot at the adoption of the general plan update, or some are recommending a change that is not in line with the general plan update. So the applicant may not want to do that, or the city council may not want to do that after the general plan update is done because you just adopted a general plan with a land use designation. So it's my recommendation to deny at this time, because you are, by denying, moving forward with your general plan update as you designed, and then they could reapply in the future if they still wanted to amend the general plan update after. So it's cleaner to stop and not hold them on limbo. You're refunding their application fees so that potentially in the future, they could reapply for that same application if they do not like their general plan designation in the future.
So it's either or, we can figure it out.
Yeah,
I'd
but
like
you certainly could
think-
pause them, but the recommendation is denial, refund, direct them that they could reapply if they so desired.
Okay, Councilmember Burns.
So we give them their money back. Right now, they're kind of locked into what those fees are. Is there a way that we can guarantee them that that fee would be the same that they're already locked into? Because we know building permits periodically go up. I assume a fee study will go up, and that seems a little disingenuous to me if we don't lock that rate in for them in these select instances.
We can write that into, because we'll have to bring back a future item to do this. We can write that back in.
Thank you.
Councilmember Perez, any questions? Vice Mayor, any questions, or we're good? Okay, I think, let's go to public comment then.
Our first public speaker is Carson Clower.
Good evening, Council. Carson Clower, I'm a representative for the Joe Tanasha and Lico Greco pre-zone applications. As I did in September, I'd like to speak in favor of a pause on the applications. I do think it's a better policy to not process these while you're working on your general plan update. However, I do have an issue with denying the applications. We were told back in May that there's no timeline for staff to process the application or to provide a hearing by the council. That was one of the first things that I learned about this process. So I don't understand why we'd have to be denied. We have been asking for a hearing for a while. I understand that's not going to happen. And then it happened tonight. We're up for a hearing, but there's no project specific information being included. The applicants weren't noticed that this was on tonight. So if we weren't looking at your agenda and reading it line by line, we wouldn't have noticed that we were up for denial 8 months into a process where we thought we weren't going to have a hearing. We don't want the money back. We don't want to have to reapply. We want to have the application sit like it's been sitting during this whole timeline. And then hopefully, in a best case scenario, the day after you adopt your general plan update, you process our application. Is that going to happen? No, because that's not how things happen. But that would be the fair way to do this. If you tell people you don't have to have a timeline on when you're going to get approved or when you're going to get a hearing, you can't just deny them. Like, that doesn't make any sense. I have tons of respect for staff, and the process is not easy. I know there's a lot of things going on. But I don't see why you would deny it, give the money back, and then tell us to reapply. When I was looking at the dates, the ones, most of them, best case scenario, the people who had been approved was 4 months. And that's not going to happen. So at a minimum, you're applying 4 months onto however long it takes to do the general plan update. And that's like best case scenario. And your staff is going to be trying to put into place all the policies that come up in the general plan update. So I can imagine that our little pre-zone applications are not going to be in the top 50 things to do. So we would prefer just to be 51. And when you get to it, because that's just how it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Casey, that's all the public comments for this item.
All right. Is there any further discussion on this item?
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Anyone else have any further?
You know, we did promise that we put these projects on hold. And now we wanted, I just can't see why we wouldn't just keep them on hold. I haven't heard anything to change my mind.
All right, so can
Yeah.
I'm sorry, yes.
I have some concern. I don't know if there was a responsibility to publicly notice these folks in advance or not. But if there was, then that's a huge problem moving forward with this. And so I would ask the city attorney to weigh in, please.
I don't know if there were any noticing requirements for these four individuals. The only notice requirement I'm aware of is the actual publication of the agenda, the meeting agenda within the 72 hours.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your comment. So, we've actually had one representative for two applicants weigh in, and so I think that makes most sense to me would be to just continue to pause.
Yeah.
You know, and frankly, if they don't like that, then they can ask for a refund and then give them back their money, and it's a win-win as I see it. Don't need to make it any more difficult than it is. Thank you, Mayor.
I agree. I mean, I think it serves that purpose, but also it's extra work for you guys to have to do refunds and do deny. I think we're still achieving the same result, but it's a little easier and it doesn't deny anybody. It just puts it on pause, leave it on pause. That's mine. So can I get a motion then from someone?
I don't even know.
We have a motion on the floor.
I'm
from
sorry, but
Councilmember
what's your
Representative.
I said I was prepared to make a motion, but I'm a little confused after that. However, I'm gonna go and make the motion anyway. I'm gonna move that we adopt the staff's recommendation with the amendment by Councilmember Burns to honor the fees. But I appreciate all the work that you guys are doing. And if we keep stalling this, it's just gonna stall the general plan even more. So we need to move forward. That's my motion.
Is there a second? Motion fails for lack of second. Can I get another motion?
Sure, I'll try.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to deny staff's request, continue to pause. But I also I heard the speaker also talk about how this is gonna be, maybe he'll be number 51, but I think we need to make these a priority once the general plan passes, because they have been patient for a long time. And it doesn't seem reasonable to me to make them number 51. In my mind, they should be in the top 10 or so moving forward, because they've been waiting a long time. And so I don't know how to make that a motion, but that would certainly be a request, but I would motion to pause, please.
I second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
All opposed?
I'm a yes with pausing.
Okay, so it's 5-0. All right, next item, the resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister renewing a regulatory permit for 3GM to operate a cannabis cultivation facility. Let me get a very quick staff report.
Yes, we have our Cannabis Affairs Manager, Ms. Maria Mendez, who's going to present.
Good evening, council. Tonight, we're here to consider the renewal of a regulatory permit for 3GM, a cannabis cultivation facility that is located at 1891 Airway Drive. In accordance with section 5.4250 of the City of Hollister Municipal Code, renewal of a regulatory permit is subject to approval by the City Council. The City Council may reject the regulatory permit upon making any of the following findings that are required under the City of Hollister Municipal Code, section 5.42070, section A. None of the required findings were made to warrant rejection of the regulatory permit for 3GM. Tonight, the staff is recommending approval, which will allow the applicant to continue operations for 2023-2024. And I'm available for any questions.
Do you have any questions? Any questions, Councilman? No questions? All right, can we open this for public comment, please?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for this item.
Okay, any further deliberation on this item? Yes, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to again ask staff moving forward to bring this to us in a more timely manner. It's my understanding this is time sensitive, can't control the power, but we could certainly be more prepared if we brought them sooner. So just a request. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other comments or, okay, can we get a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes. Motion carries 5-0. Moving on, what did you want to cover? We want to go on to the pilot parklets program. Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to.
right.
We'll push it close.
Okay.
It seems like the will of the council is to keep pushing through, and so we'll keep pushing through. You just advance the slides. Okay, so next slide, please. All right, so so this is a presentation on the downtown parklets listening session that was held October 17th, 2023, went 6 to 7:30 as advertised, but we went to about 7:45. On August 7th, at the end of our council meeting, we had direction to host a meeting with the downtown businesses regarding some code enforcement warnings on signage and to hear their concerns. We did have about 40 attendees representing 18 downtown businesses. We had elected officials, community members, and media in attendance. Next slide, please. So just briefly, the pilot program review. So it was established in October of 2020, funded via the CARES Act. The eligibility criteria to receive funding to purchase one was ground floor businesses in the downtown core, and it was for restaurants or retail. Permitting fees were waived through the duration of the pilot program. There is an annual rent of $425 per parking spot. Did say year one was going to be deferred. And then sidewalk cafe space fees at $100. Currently, there's no agreements for those. Next slide. So the requirements of the permit holder is the parklet should be free of debris, grime, graffiti. Plants should be healthy, keep them pest free, keep them clean to allow proper drainage on the underside, adequately maintained surfaces. Tables and chairs should be replaced as needed, ensure items are secured, and provide the city certificate of insurance coverage for $2 million endorsing the city. So, like I said, the concerns that when we first had the direction were on the code enforcement warnings, and then we did have some concerns through San Juan Bautista taking some action on their parklets, and some concern around the expiration of the COVID-19 ABC permits. And so we were able to confirm that shortly before that meeting, AB 1217 was passed, which extends that temporary authorization through July 1 of 2026. There was also a request to be able to have some parklet signage. And so we did have a discussion on that. And so we do have an agenda item coming forward next that actually is a resolution that would allow for that. So our current sign ordinances didn't consider parklets. We didn't have parklets. So technically there's no signs on them. So next slide, please. So the key takeaways from the listening session, and there was a lot of other topics that the business owners brought up. And really, I think the main topic that came up was a request that the council formally take action via resolution regarding the permanency of the program. And so with it being pilot in nature, COVID, spun out of COVID, if you think about it from their standpoint, if they don't know if it's going to come or go, if it's got a short shelf life, do I buy new chairs? Do I buy new equipment? Do I keep making investments into this as a function of the business? They need the ability to utilize parklet signage, and they did bring up A-frames. We were able to pass out the A-frame sign applications at the meeting. We did have a brief discussion of, as I'll call it, not all sidewalks are created equal. And so some areas permit it, some probably not. They may be a little more narrow than others. A request for what I'll call bedside manner for code enforcement to maybe speak with managers or mail certificates, citations in if there is an issue with the business rather than coming in. They may have, a high school student work in the front counter and receiving it. And maybe that either high school student or employee doesn't pass it on to the manager, or, that may be a unique situation for someone that may be a younger employee there. There was concerns about underutilized parklets. Is there ability to take them away or to swap them between other businesses? Yeah, as you may know, there were grants given for the reimbursement of the purchase. So just like with other CARES Act funded grants for businesses and PPE, it was grant funding to that permit holder to purchase those. So it's technically the property of that business who's then has it and is placing it on our parking spots. Concerns, the downtown lighting. There were some concerns about the shepherd's poles and going from halogen to LED. And I did skip over. I think there was a positive response to the meeting, but I think the overall theme that came back is we should probably be doing more of these and meeting with them more often and drilling down on particular themes. We're a little all over the place, but when you haven't met in a long time, that's to be expected. And so if you're doing them more regularly, you pick a topic, right? Let's pick the lighting and just dig in and talk about just that. If you don't have them regularly, then what ends up happening is you're talking about everything, and maybe you don't get into the brass tacks of solving problems and making recommendations back to the council. Concerns with parking constraints in the downtown. And then some other ideas that popped up were wayfinding efforts. So some signage in the downtown, maybe doing a little more signage for the side street businesses that are off of San Benito Street. The development of a downtown business map and a focus on tourism to bring visitors to the downtown district. Now, there was ideas of, can we work with COG to maybe, shuttle folks out to the Pinnacles and they're parked at the parking garage, that type of thing. You have them here and maybe they'll, grab a bite to eat and shop at some of our retail locations. And so with that, staff is, that's the end of my report. We will have an additional item on the parklet signage specifically, but we're here to answer any questions, and the way that the item is written is receive possible direction.
So do we have questions, Councilman?
Yes, thank you. How does this item end up on the agenda? Just generally speaking, really quickly, how does this come on the agenda? How did it get on the agenda?
So we had on August 7th, we received direction at a council meeting at the end for consensus to have a meeting and report back. And so we held that meeting, and tonight I'm reporting back.
Was the mayor part of those discussions?
At
Did she give direction?
There was consensus given. Councilmember Morales is the one that asked for it at the end. And I don't remember how many people or who voted, but.
Okay, so you don't just go out and decide that you're going to partner with the HDA and do something about the parklets without direction of the council and without the council directing you to do that.
That is correct.
Okay, and that's exactly what happened in this case, right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. The city manager, was there any discussion about the parking as far as the horizontal or the angled parking? I've heard complaints that to back in is a problem, but I don't know that there are statistics that would show that. And I don't want to get into a long discussion now, but was there any discussion about that?
One of the comments was as you back in on San Benito and you pull in diagonally on the side streets, and that maybe that has created a little bit of confusion with folks. I think there's signage on San Benito. I don't recall it being a big subject of going back to the parallel parking, especially with the parklets. That would create a real interesting challenge to have the.
Yeah. No, I was thinking
just straight in.
Nosing in I know they'd have to be shifted the angle to do that.
Yeah, and we did talk about, that allows for the bike lane to be in there as well. And so I didn't see that as something that was a big point of discussion or the other items that were on the list.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez, do you have any questions on this?
No, I was only able to attend that for a few minutes actually, but my biggest concern was some of the parklets that were don't seem like they're being used. And the other thing, my main thing that I wanted to bring up was to find out during that meeting was who's responsible for cleaning around and cleaning underneath, because I think our downtown can be cleaned up a little bit more, a lot more. So that's pretty much it.
Vice Mayor, do you have any questions?
Just want to point out that it's 11:48 and we still need to hear public comment.
Okay. Only quickly, my question is, you talked about, I mean, I wasn't aware before, but after looking at the parklet program, so we deferred the rental for the parklets, so no one's really been paying. Do you have a plan going forward? Did you talk about that at all as far as starting that so that we next year, do rental costs for the parklets, as that was part of the program?
The slide that I gave there, where I showed you in the beginning where it mentioned that, we did go over that, but it was a bullet point.
Yeah.
Being that the direction was to talk about, the specific items, we did not get into that, but rent has not been collected for those
So
items.
that's something we probably need to talk about. Okay, that's all my questions. Do we want to go to public comment on this very quickly?
Yes, we have one speaker, Peter Hernandez.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, City Council. So let me start off by thanking the city administration for working with the business community, really trying to focus on what is the sentiment. I, as a prior county supervisor, was directly involved with that parklet program, and really, really proud of what we did. And at the end of the day, there was a lot of factors, and I appreciate Councilman Burns' questions about the reverse parking. It all started with the traffic study. The traffic study directed the ship of the whole thing. And just to clear the air a little bit, when it first was initiated, actually the intention was to make it a permanent program. That's the way it got pitched. And if you think about the sentiment of a business community, it requires stability and consistency, right? It takes time to build a market. It takes time to build customer base. It takes time to create that outcome that you want. And we've heard it from our prior mayor and the prior council. They wanted to revitalize downtown. That's the whole idea, was the downtown revitalization program. So the idea, and this is why the request was brought up, I actually was the one that brought it up in that meeting, was to make it a permanent. That's why the request for the resolution, because if you think about business, the moment that you create instability, you create a hesitancy for investment, for ultimately game planning, to unify that downtown. We as a business community are very united. We're very focused on making sure that and it's funny because even amongst the council folks, there was obviously this intention to create walkability. And one of the unique things of our downtown, which is very distinct from San Juan Bautista, which they eliminated theirs, was we have a very wide street. Why? Because it used to be the Highway 25. Me and the prior mayor used to joke that we are the Radiator Springs, right? Downtown died ever since 25 got built. So now this new revitalization actually brought life to the downtown. It slowed down the traffic with the traffic study, made it 50 miles an hour, reverse parking, technically was a little bit of a give. But just the same, the bike traffic, and if you look at the way that street is focused, it actually goes south into our South County, into our tourism opportunity. Pinnacles, Hollister Hills, 500,000 people visit our literally our county. Many of us probably don't even realize. And if you think about it, that opportunity we are not capitalizing on, but the business community is very focused on that. So it's just really important for you guys to realize that we need consistency. We need stability. We need you guys, your commitment. We're already committed to our businesses, to our community. We'd love for you guys to be just as committed, because I firmly believe that if we had the right focus, that downtown could be that much better, right? It could be the center of influence for our community, where people congregate, where they can enjoy a downtown, enjoy something good to eat, enjoy dessert, enjoy just basically being part of a small town community, which is, I think, part of the reason why a lot of the folks that attended were here. Why they were so excited about being here or focused on being here. So anyways, my final points is we really would appreciate a resolution. We'd really appreciate longer planning. And what city manager, can you shut this thing off? Was mentioning is we need ongoing conversations, please.
Thank you.
Mayor Casey, we do have one other comment from Cassandra Ramirez.
Hello, my name is Cassandra Ramirez. I come with Las Micheladas Bar and Grill. I'm not a big speaker, but I do want to come and say that one of our concerns, not just ours, but a lot of the people that I talked to that day, was whether it was going to be permanent or not, just because not everybody has the financial to buy new tables and buy new things because that's not at least on our end, it's not our main concern if we're not going to have that because I rather keep my employees employed if I'm not gonna have that parklet, because without that parklet, our business wouldn't have been where it was. We wouldn't have had a business. So that's one of the things. And if it is temporary or if it's permanent, for how long? And I think just for there to be more clear standards of what is expected in the parklet, just so that it's equal all around and we don't have one person being what is the word? They're not being deemed by the policies. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Casey, those are all the public comments for this item.
Okay, so it was just an informational report, so do we need more deliberation or?
I have a couple of last words.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
please.
First off, thank you for staying here all night, to the business community, the ones that made it. I've worked with you guys in the past. I know that you guys are fierce and you guys are invested, and I've seen the changes that happen downtown. So first thing is, number one, I think that we should partner with them, and then we should bring a resolution back to make the parklets permanent. Like, that's the first thing we need to do. The business community spoke, they want this permanent, and I can tell you, you've got to get that in front of this council and get that done first, number one. All of the other details and all of the other ideas that you have, fine. Let's partner with them, let's meet with them on a regular basis, and then let's work out all of those things. But I am not one to stifle creativity, so to speak. I love the vibe that you guys have at Micheladas. I love the garden shop. I love La Katrina's. I love the Hawaiian vibe over at Ohana's. And I think those things are important, and we need to do what we can to support them. But the very first thing we need to do is to ensure that the parklets do not go away and that we do not go back to what downtown was, because some of these businesses need these parklets to sustain their business, like the breakfast spot on the corner. They can't fit all of the people in the mornings. They still have a line out the door and their parklet is filled. Micheladas filled. So first and foremost, we need to come back with a resolution, and I would urge the council just to entertain that. Come back with a resolution first to make it a permanent thing. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you. Maybe I can take us past the midnight hour here. First of all, thank you, Councilmember Resendez. There's a whole lot of love in this dais at the moment, and it's appreciated. I support everything that Councilmember Resendez has said in regards to this item. City Manager, thank you for the community outreach. Thank you for putting together and framing this for us. I also think that part of the conversation needs to be who's going to repair it when a drunk hits it, and who's going to maintain it physically, whether it be painted or stained. I think there's more to the conversation, but I think the big point is I'm hoping the council, and I believe the council, supports this on a permanent basis. And I think that will give people the incentive to do more with what they have versus temporary and not knowing. And so thank you again for your work. I truly appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez, anything?
I believe in the parklet program. I think we need to explore what permanent means. What does that look like? So that would be, so I agree with everything else. Yeah.
Vice Mayor.
No, I think this also would create an opportunity. We had a ad hoc committee that would meet with the downtown businesses. I think that sunset. So I think it might be an opportunity for us to maybe reactivate or to regenerate that ad hoc committee so that we continue with the progress and continue working with our business community.
I don't have anything further to add. So do we want to move on then to the next one, the resolution around the.
Well, can we
sign-
clarify if we have
Yeah.
consensus to bring back a resolution to permanent the program?
We do that now, or would we do that?
Yeah, it's agendized for
Yeah.
possible direction.
Okay, sure, that's fine. Yeah,
All right,
bring it back.
congratulations. Thanks for coming out, guys.
Okay. So now let's look at the resolution regarding the signage and decoration for a city pilot park. I can't even say that. Go ahead, David.
Okay, so the item before you, the specs are drawn out in the or written out in the report. So no more than 2 signs, no greater than 2 by 2 feet in height by 4 feet in width, which is 8 square feet, should be placed on the parklet. Each sign shall contain only the business name and logo. No other advertisement shall be permitted. We did say branded font shall be permitted. Otherwise, font type shall be sans serif to provide a uniform appearance. I'm sorry. Signs may be channel lettering. However, if the sign contains a solid background, the background should be earth tones or neutral in color. And then the applicant shall apply for and receive a building permit for the sign if required. And then we do have language about holiday decorations. That was something that was brought up as well. And so it said the program would be expanded to permit decorations on the parklets. They'd be contained within the footprint of the parklet structure or up against attached to the exterior walls of the parklet. No decoration shall be placed on the ground within the public right-of-way outside the area, including the sidewalk. They should not extend more than 3 feet above the height of the parklet or be a nuisance or hazard as determined by the city manager or their designee. Additionally, electricity connections, heat lamps, roofing cover, and or roofing / covers of the parklets should be review and approval of the building division and the fire department.
Okay, do we have any questions on this item?
I do.
Councilman?
Bureaucracy is fun, right? That's a lot. That's a lot. Have you met with the business owners to go over all of this?
The specs of the sign are what was discussed at the meeting.
And everybody was on board?
Pretty much. I mean, we talked about a lot of things, but
all right,
that was brought forward and the request was to have it in time for the holidays. And I even said, this is the last bite at the apple if we want to make the holiday season.
All right. It's just a little overwhelming and it's getting late and I want to make sure that they're included in the conversations.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Burns?
Well, another shot. So, again, thank you. I know that's a lot of work and I appreciate that. I appreciate the timeliness of this for the holiday season. And I would just ask that when there becomes a code enforcement action, that our code enforcers actually reach out to the business owner versus a staff member to address these matters so that there's clear understanding. And I assume that code enforcement will be the enforcement authority on this. And it seems to me that there should, based on what I've seen, it's pretty clear to me what the requirements are, but anyway, I'll be quiet. Thank you.
The only thing I have to add is holidays / events on the verbiage for decorations for different events too. Halloween, well, Halloween is a holiday, but I mean, other events that go on. Signage.
If I may, I helped Dave draft the policy and I kept it at decorations. I didn't put a holiday in decorations. Keep it in the footprint. Don't put it on the sidewalk, on the street. That was pretty much the goal.
Yeah, I should have clarified that. Once we had the holiday discussion, we don't want to be in the business of picking which holidays. Many folks celebrate many different holidays, and we didn't want to put bureaucracy in the way of which holiday you could celebrate versus which one you couldn't.
Do you have any more questions or do we go to public comment now? Right, just, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor.
So it's 12:02. Are the lights gonna shut off? Cause I do want to be able to see where I'm going to when I'm walking out the door. And I definitely don't want to be here when the lights are turned off.
Yeah, it's all up to PG&E. Click the switch at any time. So,
All right.
yeah. Generator will come on, but I mean, you're going to lose a lot of, some of the IT is not on,
You can follow me, Mayor or Vice Mayor.
I'm gonna use you as a human shield.
All right, can we take public comment on this thing?
Captain Batanio has her flashlight as well, so you're all set.
Mayor Casey, we have a public comment for Peter Hernandez.
thank you for working with us and supporting this, and thank you for making a motion right now. God bless you guys.
That it?
Those are all the public comments we have for this item.
Do we need any more discussion or does somebody want to make a motion or?
I'll move to do whatever.
I get a second.
I second to adopt 227.
All right, all in favor?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, that one's down. Do we have a preference? Are we gonna?
If we could just roll the dice and go and talk about the cars, that should be a relatively quick item. It's pretty straightforward.
All right, so that's item 9, resolution, city council authorizing city manager to purchase 2 patrol vehicles. Report.
Yes, really quickly, Madam Mayor, thank you. We ordered these vehicles last year and there was some discussion of unknown whether we were going to get them or not. So we went ahead and we ordered some different vehicles that are going to arrive later this month. We were notified that the Ford Explorers were available to us. They've been offered to us since we ordered it last year. We do have some potential savings in our budget because we budgeted $100,000 for HVAC repair. The initial quotes that have come in are way higher than that, so we're going to have to come back for the HVAC for next year's budget with the more accurate amount for there. So what we're proposing now is to use the HVAC funds to purchase the vehicles now and not purchase any vehicles next year. Get them now when they're available. They're hard to get, and get them now so that we don't have to worry about it next year.
Okay, do we have questions? Councilmember Resendez, any question? Councilmember Burns, question?
Chief, just to confirm, if we do it now, we also save money, correct? As opposed to if we miss the deadline.
Correct, and the vehicles will probably be more expensive next year.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Perez, any questions?
I've already talked.
Vice Mayor? Okay, public comment?
There are no public comments for this item.
Okay, do we have any further discussion on this item?
Move to approve.
Second. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Okay. What are we doing? What's this item?
Yeah, so, I mean, are we at the point where I think it's safe to say that, well, and I apologize, Christian.
It's fine.
Yeah,
Almost.
if we're not gonna push through and risk the PG&E piece, then what we can do is continue, if you're so inclined, the items that we did not get to were F8 and then G1 through G3, and then H1 is the standing update on council projects. So we could carry these items forward to the next meeting. I know, Christian, your presentation is probably going to take a little while. There's significant road projects on there.
Sorry.
So
Much as I'd like to hear this.
Can we weigh in?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Yeah, the lights are not off. We don't even know if they're gonna go off for sure. We need to push forward. We've got important business to conduct. People came out here, they're watching on Zoom. We need to keep doing the people's business. We're usually here very late sometimes. So not until the lights go off, I'm not willing to stay here and to listen to the public and to do the people's work. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns, your thoughts?
I'd move to continue with a recommendation that the things that we did not get done lead off the next council meeting.
Yes,
Thank you.
Support that.
I support that.
I do as well.
Sorry, Christian.
It's okay.
And the roads.
So we'll continue these items to the next meeting, so we would just make a motion to adjourn then. Okay.
So moved.
All right.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Yes.
No.